Welcome to the regular town council meeting, Town of Cave Creek, Arizona, Monday, May 1st, 2023. Meeting's now called to order. May I have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Overton.
Here.
Councilmember Bunch.
Here.
Councilmember Elkema.
Here.
Councilmember McGuire.
Present.
Councilmember Rhodes.
Present.
Vice Mayor Ray. Mayor Morris.
Here. I have the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone will stand. Anna Marsolo, would you lead us, please?
To the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have the public announcements now. I guess everyone noticed it's pretty windy out there. There was a red flag warning. I see our fire prevention official shaking his head over there. I always come out and look at the horizon every time I walk out of the house. So does council have any announcements they'd like to bring up? Okay, I'm going to read an opening statement I've been trying to read routinely here. Welcome to the town council meeting. I'm Bob Morris, the mayor. Before we begin our meeting, I'd like to clarify how it is conducted and specifically the public comment portion of the meeting. Public comment is welcome. This is one of the many ways to inform your local governmental representatives and staff of issues that are important to you and to suggest improvements in the way we conduct the town's business. Our goal is to have a welcoming and friendly atmosphere between our community members and local government. Speakers are reminded to address their comments to the mayor and council and not to the audience. Arizona open meeting law governs these activities and greatly restricts how meetings are conducted and how council members communicate outside of the public meeting. There are two opportunities for the public to speak. First, at call to the public immediately following these remarks, you will have an opportunity to speak to council staff and all those participating and watching via Zoom. There can be no discussion by council of items raised, but we can direct staff to investigate. Arizona law requires that all discussed items be on a published and advertised agenda so all parties have notice of potential action. Speakers must come to the podium and speak directly to the council. Speaking to the staff or to other audience members is not permitted. Please speak clearly into the microphone. To begin, state your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak on the relevant subject. You will note a set of 3 lights on the podium. Green means you're within your 3 minutes. It turns yellow as your time is about to expire and red when your time is expired. At that point, please expeditiously conclude your thoughts. The second way to publicly communicate with us is during the public comment or public hearing section on an agenda item. Speaking is conducted the same way as the call to the public at the microphone and limited to 3 minutes. If you wish to speak during either of these opportunities, please take a form on the table near the door, right there. Fill out your information. Please hand it to our town clerk, Teresa Riza, sitting right here, sitting to the left of council members. She will call your name when it is your time to participate. Thank you for attending our council meetings and taking the time to participate and express yourselves. Democracy in action. At this point, we'll go straight to call to the public.
David Phelps.
Hi, everybody. David Phelps here, Cave Creek resident. I picked up a copy of the Stroll advertiser because I have been called about an article referencing the Greenbergs, who have done a monumental thing in our town of contributing their own money to preserve land. But in this article, they state that the article states that since the purchase was finalized, first they state that the land trust, the town of Cave Creek, the Cross family, other longtime residents were involved in helping them create a vision for the land and the property. And since the purchase was finalized, the Greenbergs have been volunteering countless hours of their time collaborating with stakeholders on the way to preserve the lush riparian habitat, including the perennial stream and wildlife, to add easements and to renovate the old house to be a community and arts center. They added the adjacent stamp mill property, which makes a total of 36 purchased acres. So with the lot coverage we're allowed on 36 acres, you end up being able to make a pretty good sized community and arts center if that's your desire. And I have tried to explain to people that as we go on as a village, that we will have things that get interpreted in our zoning interpretations with ranch and commercial ranch. Some will require public notice, postings, hearings, but some won't. And so I've taken the position that whatever's been approved, it must be found somewhere in the zoning to be interpreted that it is a community and arts center is residential. And I think that tortures residential, and that we have to watch the intensities that we attract. And I know that since 2007, we can do very little to protect ourselves, but I think you will hear from the voices of others about this issue, because while this couple tried to do the right thing with public notice, I think they may have just done it on social media or friends of friends kinds of thing. I didn't know about it until this particular ad came out. And I'm very interested in it because I see the morphing of residential into soft commercial, into full-blown commercial, into educational institutions and rehab centers and left, right, and center. That's all I got to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phelps.
Anna Marcelo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Anna Marcelo, 5929 East Surrey Drive. The owner of Harmony Hollow has a Facebook site called Harmony Hollow Preserved. I'm quoting from his exact post, his own words. Thanks to the town of Cave Creek, we have the permit for Harmony Hollow in hand. Now we can begin the restoration, remodel of the house and bring to life as a center for art, education, desert awareness, and learning. I chose to comment, and these are my words. I will save my accolades for when the whole process is revealed. Sounds like non-residential uses in a residential area is being proposed without following due process of rezoning. A center for art, education, desert awareness, and learning contiguous to Spur Cross Conservation Area. That's why we saved it, to prevent all those types of activity. What will that entail? Bringing cars, pollution, lighting to our Spur Cross Road residential and Spur Cross area. I would hope our town officials are asking some hard questions before permits are granted. Give us more information. Transparency, please. I was in this council chamber in 2005. It was 2007. It was jam-packed. People were outside. There was an agenda item put forth by Councilman McGuire at the time for the county and the town to develop 28 acres contiguous to Spur Cross, which would be the old mine site. From the official minutes, this is a 38-acre site. There's an active horse riding stable there. He said the schedule and the completion is, these are the elements that we are hoping to have. It will be a visitor center run by the county, museum space, a 300-seat amphitheater, a cafe, equestrian hiking and biking trails, and pull-through parking. All those years ago, the council voted 6-1 to table it. It's been tabled all these years. That type of a presentation, and could this little small opening in this window, is this what the goal is again? I'm just really, I think this whole process stinks and the public should be made aware of it. And the permit should never have been issued at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Marcelo.
No additional speakers for called public.
Okay. Next, we move to the town manager report.
Mayor, members of council, at our last budget session, there was quite a bit of discussion about safety and traffic and enforcement. So I just wanted to update you about finally, we were able to get through to MCSO administration downtown to get a clarification on our contract about what we're paying for pertaining to our supplemental traffic enforcement. And they have allocated the appropriate resources based on the contract. And you will see a vehicle around town in high visibility from now on. So I just wanted to let you know there will be more enforcement. There was a particular concern recently on New River Road. We deployed that vehicle there today for a couple of hours, and we'll do gather the data through the speed monitor, the trailer, over the next couple of weeks in that area. And that is the data that we use to move patrolling of traffic enforcement to the hotspots throughout town. So I thought I'd let you know, we have clarification on that contract finally. It only took a few months to get through to downtown MCSO office. So I want to talk about the Greenberg property because I actually had a couple of very long conversations with Steve. And as you know, they own several parcels. And of the parcels they own, one is referred to as a stamp mill and the other is Harmony Hollow. All of those properties are zoned residential, D190. And only residential activity can occur on those properties. And Mr. Greenberg understands that and intends to do that. I think he doesn't, just the wording he's used has caused some concern, referring to the permit to rehabilitate the dilapidated house that's out there. He called a center, and by center, the permit allows him only to do remodeling on the footprint of the existing structure. He's not growing the structure by any means. The only thing they're adding is a porch so that they can sit there and look at the beautiful view out there. So it's not a very large structure. And by center of artists working there, his wife is an artist and they have friends that are artists that they would like to share that with as private property owners. And they envision 4 or 5 people to come out and be able to rotate doing their art in a nice location along with his wife. So that is their intention. They've been very open in the process since they purchased that. They've had 4 different public meetings, trying to gather information from stakeholders of what people would like to see or not see. And they intend to abide by that. But the second permit that they applied for and have gotten is to improve their driveway. It's been neglected for many years and it's not being paved that I know of. I think it's just to be able to grade the driveway and make it more usable. They do not intend to bring in tons of people, traffic or lights or anything like that. They intend to keep the pristine nature. That was the purpose of purchasing it, is to preserve the nature of that property. So no commercial is allowed on that property. No public facilities in terms of centers or public uses that would be open would be allowed on that property because it's residential. And in speaking directly with Mr. Greenberg, he and his wife have no intention of doing that. No artists would be renting spaces. They would simply be invited as guests to come by and use the space. There is no general open to the public activities. They have no intention of large groups of people coming to the property on a regular basis. They are simply owners of private property who've done a wonderful thing by purchasing this and trying to preserve this in its natural state, but they would like to share that. And so as private property owners, they can invite guests to their property to use that and join in, even though they're not living there full time. So that's all I have to report, and that is factual. The one thing that Mr. Greenberg asked is that if anybody has any questions about what he's doing, they've been open and transparent to date. And if you have questions about it, he asks that you reach out directly to he and his wife, Lori. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you. The first action item is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 6-0. The first is the first general agenda item is the council discussion approval of second reading of ordinance 2023-02, an ordinance of the mayor and council of the town of Cave Creek, Maricopa County, Arizona, adding chapter 112 of title Roman numeral 11 entitled Short-Term Rental Public Health and Safety Protections to the town of Cave Creek Town Code, establishing an effective date, providing for repeal and severability, and declared to be a public record by resolution number R 2023-02. And it's presented by the town attorney. But before that, I would like to just summarize where we are in this process. First of all, any regulation of short-term rentals was previously forbidden, and a new law has allowed towns to now regulate them within that state law. Cities and towns across Maricopa County are enacting very, very strict codes, and including the towns around us. The Cave Creek Code went through a first reading 2 meetings ago, at which time there were a number of issues of concern that have been investigated. A lot of additional information has arisen, some as late as today. We have explored options for administering this program, presuming it is in fact approved, which brings us to tonight in the second reading. So we have 4 options. We can approve it, we can modify it, we can delay it, or we can do nothing. We can kill it. So everything is open. This is how democracy works. These are the procedures that are been used to develop new code and processes time immemorial across the entire country. So there's nothing unusual about any of this. And when you have a new code that's this pervasive, this is what it looks like. This is the trying to balance rights of one versus rights of another. And the key is, at least for me, is to get it right, get the right thing. And I'm committed to doing that. And I'm sure all of council is too. With that, I'll turn it over to the town attorney.
Mr. Mayor, you started this meeting with an inspiring comment about how tonight's event is a tribute to our country's democracy. Your comments just now identified another heritage that you've inherited from our founding fathers. That is the due process clause of our U.S. Constitution. Under the due process clause and under the Constitution, under our state statutes, you as elected officials have the right to affect the property rights of your constituents only after you seek information and comment so they can talk to you about how they believe you should act. But at the end of the day, you then are charged with, under the due process clause, of balancing the interests of property owners and making a decision. The role of staff and the role of the attorneys are not to make those decisions. Our role is simply to provide you options. I provided you options at the last meeting and we had a spirited conversation. I sincerely thought at the direction of staff that that's where you wanted to go. I clearly was incorrect. So since then, I've tried to redraft the document. And for the public, we've not had a chance to discuss. You need to give me guidance as to what you propose to do. I can tell you, as the mayor described, governments are all over the lot. Most are very, very restrictive. I honestly had proposed a very restrictive ordinance, and I even admitted in one point that I thought it was overly restrictive because it required bug testing. I forget the name for that. So to come in and do that on a periodic basis. And you all said that that's probably overkill. And so what you have tonight is an attempt to balance, to come to you with a more balanced recommendation. But at the end of the day, you should ask questions. You should let your constituents give you comments, and then you get to make the call. This is not a legal call. This is a policy call for you to make. If you'd like, I can go through it, or what would you like me to do, Mr. Mayor?
Well, why don't you just give us a high-level summary?
Yes,
There's
sir.
A lot of new people in the room. High-level summary of how this would handle short-term
Yes, sir.
rentals.
Well, first, you raised 4 good objectives. There's one very good near-term objective, and that is getting sales tax. And so what this does is it authorizes sales tax. Now, in doing that, then the state legislature gave you tons of options, some of which are really very difficult to implement. For example, they say if you require background checks, you can rely on the national data, one of the national agencies. But they don't go on to say, how are you going to do the background check? Are you going to do it on every guest? What do you do when someone drives up to a short-term rental and they want to come to a party? They won't have had a background check, but technically that's what the statute says. And so your clerk did a very good job of canvassing. And so we've come to you with a recommendation that balances the potential of creating background checks on hundreds of people that would be public documents, but protecting the public as allowed by statute, and in effect, letting them get onto a database and then confirm to you that the persons who are the renters are not sex offenders. I can tell you, I was at a conference of all the city and town attorneys last week. There's no way you can do a background check on every guest. And so my point is, we have to balance what you want to do. So let's just walk through. I'll walk through my page, and I know we have different pages, so I'll do it by section number, but I won't go. I'll hit the high points. At the last session, there was concern about the magnitude of fines. You will see that on the first page, I took out one of the $1,000 fines, but there's still a $1,000 fine if they don't apply. The reason other governments are doing that, because many of these national organizations, that's a rounding error. They're willing to pay you $1,000 just to generate the income. And so I do think there was some concern at the last session about the magnitude of the fines. What we're proposing is what's allowed by statute. And that's what other governments are doing, and we'll get into that. It does require a license, which you don't have that now. A license gives you the ability to make sure you don't have sex offenders coming in and they have to attest they're not a sex offender, to make sure that they have a sales tax license, to make sure that they have a business license, to make sure that they sign a document that says they will honor all the obligations of the town. So that's what a license does for you, and it's a good thing. That's I won't go. There's been discussion about our penalties. Penalties, they're a way to deter. The best way to deter, particularly when you're dealing with the national agencies, and you have a lot of good properties in town that could generate substantial nightly rentals, is you suspend their right for a year. That really, if we have entities buying residences and then they can't rent it for a year, and their own, that will help dry it up. So the one utility of the way we've fashioned these remedies is that penalties are good, but suspension is even better. This is the one that your clerk found. This is what it says is you can have violations, and the terms are defined in statute. And what one violation is, an owner of the short term intentionally houses a sex offender. I'm not sure how you're going to get into the mind of an owner. So what we've done is we've said we'll give them, they have to demonstrate that they got on the website and they can document that the people that they rented it to are not sex offenders, and they have to keep that in their files. What we don't want is we don't want to have background checks come to you and have them be public documents. In terms of enforcement, in addition to the penalties, in addition to the sanctions, the town attorney has the ability to bring in magistrate court a claim for violating the law. That really turns on your nuisance statute. it sets out a list, and these are in the statute. Because what they've done is, the mayor, you said it well, because I actually was at the cusp. I'm the town attorney in Jerome, and the Goldwater Institute came after us because we were operating under the original statute, which was terrible. And what it says is, and this statute says, a town may not prohibit, but we can regulate. This gives us the ability to regulate. Absent adopting this, you won't be able to regulate. So the thing, you can't use it for any commercial, industrial, manufacturing, or non-residential purpose. Operating a retail business like a restaurant, housing sex offenders, maintaining a sober living home, selling liquor, controlled substances, or pornography, operating an adult-oriented business. I know the clerk has received numerous concerns by citizens in town, worried that in an HOA, that somehow adopting this ordinance would deny HOAs the ability to control the real property rights of the members of their HOA. It does not. This statute only allows a city or town to prohibit. It only regulates a city or town. It doesn't regulate HOA. You have HOAs. I suspect HOAs in many cases require that cars not be parked on the street. Well, guess what? That's not a state statute. That's not a town statute. You would honor the HOA's ability to police up their streets. Just like this, you would honor an HOA's ability to police up short-term rentals. One of the concerns that throughout the state is responding to party houses and emergencies. So this has a fairly tough, they have to have a designee who has to respond in 24 hours. A failure to respond can be one of the violations that could cause the owner to lose his or her right to have a short-term rental. You all were concerned, I had included, because the state, the league had a provision for insurance. I took it out because you asked me to take it out. We don't require that when we approve zoning for other matters, but other cities and towns do require the insurance. But I did take it out. At the last meeting, there were a variety of requests about things coming out. I listened to some, but not all. For example, I left in the smoke alarm. I've added fire extinguishers. That's allowed that's allowed. And I say that's allowed. This has been heavily litigated. Back at Jerome, we lost our everything. I mean, Goldwater just ate us up because the statute didn't help us. We then had a variety of statutes that got better over about 4 sequences, the best being in 2022. And so fellow city and town attorneys have adopted ordinances implementing, adopted codes, implementing the ordinance. The AG blessed it. What I gave you was blessed by the AG. The AG had some concerns. What this one jurisdiction wanted the owner to actually visually interview all of the persons who would rent their, and the AG said that isn't in the code. They shouldn't have to do it. The owner wanted this jurisdiction wanted to publish on the website the profiles of the persons who were renting, and the AG said that wasn't in the statute. So the point being, what I've given you stands the acid test of almost 10 years of legislation. It is then based on an AG opinion that really affirms everything that I gave you. And so that's why I gave it to you. But at the end of the day, you get to make the call, not me. You all were concerned that the code I presented you last week, a month ago, was too complicated and burdensome. I had a notice provision that was in the code, and you all said that's too much. There's an easier solution, thanks to your managers and Luke are quite good at giving me guidance with adult supervision, is we can take that notice out and just put it in the application. So we accomplish the same thing without burdening your code, but still making sure that all the notice provisions that were in, for example, what it says is it makes the owner sign a document that says everything that they can't operate a retail business, can't have sex offenders, can't use sober living, can't disturb the peace. And so what this does is I took it out of the code that I brought to you a month ago, but we're going to put it in the application. And so if indeed you decide to approve this, the action would be to approve it. I think the manager is suggesting, because it's going to take so long, that the ordinance, when we approve it, would have a delayed ordinance. Were you okay with 90 days or 90 days, so that we can get the application in place and make sure that everybody is aware. So this tonight, you're just approving the text. It would be a text that would be documented as a public record so that we then can approve an ordinance. Then we would delay the ordinance for 90 days. That's not on the agenda for tonight. I took out the sex offender background checks. Now, you all had concerns about that. I have concerns as well. It's required, it's allowed by the statute. Some jurisdictions do it. Your sister jurisdiction next door does. An easy way to do that is to make the applicant do the background check, make the applicant document that. And if indeed there's a problem, then you would say, show us your background check. And if they didn't have it, then they would be liable as well. But I took that out. Most governments leave that in, but it does create an audit trail of public records that could be challenging. When we last just talked, one of the sections you suggested that I delete was the neighborhood notification. I don't follow directions well. I truly think that is that's what Luke does the best. The best part about land use entitlement is not going before a hearing officer, is not going before the town attorney, is not going before the magistrate. It's sitting down and forcing neighbors to talk to each other. And the statute is good in that it requires the short-term operator to talk to his or her neighbors. So I left that in so that we could have that notification, have that dialogue to try to reduce tensions. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Does staff have anything else to add, Carrie? No? Does council have questions of?
Just a quick question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sims, there was some discussion at one of the previous meetings regarding some ability to research where the properties are in Cave Creek on the town website. Was that found to be able to be done or not?
I do not know.
Oh, okay.
Teresa and Luke have done a lot of research and narrowed down firms that can do that for us. That we would enter into an agreement with them. It'd be like a what do they call it? Service.
Excuse me, sorry. So it's a database service, but they would be able to do the identification of the properties. And then we did talk to them about being able to put them, the map, Scottsdale has something similar where they can do a map and list the locations within the town. So that is what we're working towards.
Councilmember Ogden, that's a very good, what Teresa just said is a key point. I don't think you have the staff to implement this ordinance. I mean, it is very, very complex. What other governments are doing, they're using the fees and the fines to pay for a firm to do what you just asked about. That way they can go out and notify the owners. They can go out and track down who's renting out their short-term rental. They can go out and make sure there's now they won't be the enforcement. That'll have to come to the manager and me and the hearing officer, but they will be the one doing the factual research to answer your questions. And what other governments are doing, and these firms, they see the writing on the wall. They see what the legislature did, and they know that local government, it's hard pressed to do all that. And so they're developing package. And Teresa, you've talked to at least 2, is that correct?
We've talked to 4.
Okay.
4 of them.
Okay. So tonight would be to get guidance from you. If indeed I've missed the mark again, I will listen to you and try to come back again. At that point, we can come back with recommendation if indeed we're leaning towards adopting an ordinance. And I strongly believe you should adopt an ordinance for 1, the tax, and 2, to regulate what you can. If you do nothing, you won't regulate at all, and you won't have the tax. And so we'll get guidance tonight. And if we've missed the mark again, we'll come back again. But in the meantime, we will develop options for the vendors implement it so that you can discharge your duties to the constituents.
Mr. Chairman, this is a follow-up. I appreciate all of that. I wasn't really asking about necessarily the enforcement party or the contractual relationship with outside enforcement, but it's pretty fascinating to hear. I'm just still trying to ascertain. So going forward, subsequent to the approval of language and the subsequent ordinance and so forth, an individual in the community would be able to go to the website and look to see where currently licensed facilities would be for short-term rentals. If for no other reason than maybe curiosity, or if they were checking their own neighborhood, it would be something that would be publicly accessible.
Yes, that's the
Okay,
intent.
thank you very much. I just wanted to check on that.
I've got a couple questions. So do we do long-term lease? Do we do taxes on that?
Yes, sir. But
Do we do commercial property?
Why would we treat short-term different than long-term or a commercial property?
Because of the statute. The statute said you couldn't do anything to them until they adopted the statute in 2022, and it gives you the power to tax.
Are we
The problem
doing,
was,
are we doing things differently than we would do on a regular household lease if you lease?
oh
your-
yeah, I mean, that is what the statute's about, but differently, I'm sorry. Yeah, we are going to require smoke detectors and fire alarms, fire extinguishers. But other than that, they want to make sure that this is like a lease, just like next door. But the next door, the long-term lease pays rental tax. These will pay rental tax. So we are
Okay,
treating this.
that's
Yeah,
why I'm asking.
yeah.
Could we put somewhere in here where we define what a short-term rental is versus a long-term rental?
I can, but it's already in the statute. I mean,
Where?
Section 9-500.39, paragraph L 3 means any individually or collectively owned single family or 1 to 4 family house or dwelling unit that is also a transient public establishment or an owner occupied house. So what they're saying is it can be the owner occupied house, the mom and pop house, or it can be houses bought up by the large consortiums. The reason we don't want to put the actual definition in the code, then every time this changes, we've got to change your code. It's much easier just to refer to the statute.
Somewhere we need to put into our code, here's what we define, here's what Cave Creek defines as commercial rental, here's what we define as a long-term rental, here's what we define as a short-term rental. I just don't think maybe it doesn't belong in here, but it should be referenced back to it.
We can easily reference a statute. I've been fairly consistent over 35 years of doing this. It's much better to let the legislature make the changes and have the changes
That's fine,
automatically
then
trickle into
we
the
can
code.
reference right
Yes,
back
sir.
to
Yes, sir.
the state of Arizona.
That would work.
Correct. So the other thing that I had mentioned to the clerk before, if you take a look at a good website, it's Fountain Hills. They have everything where you can pop it up in one thing. And I've asked Brian if he would do that, if Teresa was okay with that. Just to kind of show you an example. Could you slide or scroll down? So it defines on their website, if you go down a little bit further, it's got the long-term residential, it's got all the different things associated. Go down further. Go to the short-term rentals. It's a little bit further down here. Could you do the TPT information and application? Just click that link. Slide down, please. It's got everything that you need here to go ahead and apply for all of the different taxes and everything else. It's a very simplistic thing. You pay online. It's automatically approved. So this just kind of makes sense that we ought to follow a similar kind of script. And I'm not saying that theirs is perfect, but it's certainly a lot more readable than what we have. And I understand the legalese and everything else, but I just think that maybe we ought to adopt straightforward kinds of things. Just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Questions? Staff?
Well, I do have a comment. So, Bill, listening to you, I hear a list of, I guess I'm going to call it fine tuning that we really need to do here. And I hesitate to just jump forward with the language that we're looking at. The whole issue of the definition of short term, and I understand what you just said about the, but I think I'd really like to see us get our ducks in a row and have this cleaned up before we make a decision about it.
You're not my call, it's your call.
I understand. That's.
But I think
thought.
the point where what I was thinking, the code I've given you is generally what almost every other jurisdiction is doing. The Fountain, I have the Fountain Hills. Much of what they are doing can easily be put in the application. I mean, you can put the application online and streamline their ability to the TPT. That doesn't need to be in your town code. It can be in the application. But if you want it in the code.
If you actually open their application, it identifies and it goes right to those laws, and you have to certify that you understand those.
I agree.
laws.
So that's my point is, Simple, the way other government, almost every other government does, it leaves the mechanical part to the application and follows the league model for the ordinance itself. So that we reduce the number of times we have to modify the ordinance. But I can do whatever you want.
I mentioned earlier that every time we look at this, something else seems to pop up, seems daily. In investigating this and talking with some of the residents, I was surprised that the sheriff, when they're called to a problematic house, and we do have problematic houses in town, was unable to do anything and referenced that our laws, our code did not allow that. So I investigated that and found that our nuisance code is really, really lacking. That some of the things that would trigger things in this short-term rental code are not in our town code. And it should be in the town code first and by reference. So I tend to share Council Member Elkema's view that we've got some more work to do before we finalize this thing. And it's gotten a little bit more complicated because I think that the looking at the nuisance codes ought to be in parallel with this, and that this code should reference those nuisance codes as the standard of conduct that will not be tolerated. Because this only applies to a few hundred homes in town, whereas a nuisance code applies across the town. And this ought to be something that is consistent across the town. There are standards of behavior that we should expect, and they're expected across the country.
Mr. Mayor, you raise a good point. If you look, and I won't give you page numbers, it's section 112.14. This is taken directly from the league model. It's in every other code that I've seen. This would have the effect of accomplishing what you want if your nuisance code was acceptable. But this kicks you to the rest of the code. So you've got to decide, but it talks out. It says public health, safety, sanitation, solid waste, hazardous waste, tax privilege, residential rental property, the point about renting, traffic control, pollution, noise, property maintenance, and nuisance abatement. That's all in your, if you were to approve this tonight, it's there. Then the question becomes, do you have enough teeth in the rest of your code? And that's your point, Mr. Mayor, I think.
Is it within the agendized item for me to make a motion to direct staff to investigate and make necessary change and present changes to the nuisance code to conform to what we need on the short-term rental?
Mr. Mayor, right now, as a second read, you can tell us to do almost anything with this. And if you're telling us,
Well, this is a new action item,
oh, I know that, what you're doing, you're telling us to put that as an act, as
a parallel action
Yes,
item.
yes.
Yeah.
Point of clarification, could we take?
Let me finish up. So this just has to be done by the time the 90 days goes by for implementation. We can approve this and just by reference
Yes,
that
sir.
and sealed and have the time available to make
Yes, sir.
sure the nuisance code is conformed to what we need in here.
Yes, sir.
Point of clarification, are we going to have the fines and everything in two places, or is it just going to be in the nuisance code and we refer back to the nuisance code?
No, the fines are dictated by the statute dealing with short-term rentals. The nuisance code would be the trigger, that would be the violation that would start you down the path of sequential violations and suspension, and start you down the path of code violation.
But don't, in the nuisance code, wouldn't you have a fine for somebody doing X or somebody doing Y?
But I suspect it's like $50 versus $3,000.
Well, but if you change the nuisance code to what, so everybody in town, not just the short-term rentals, has to do the same thing? Novel concept, we treat everybody the same?
Well, it's your call. I mean, so what happens if somebody's
Well,
mom and dad leave and their son
let
throws
me-
a party? And
let's-
then that would be, you will charge them $3,000.
We've got apples and oranges
Yeah.
here. The first thing, the nuisance code applies to the individual making the action. This code applies to the short-term rental owner who
Yes.
does not control that action. So we got two
Yes,
different,
sir.
two different people here.
The nuisance is the trigger to fine the owner what is a large amount.
There may be two fines, one for the person committing it and then
And
the
that'd be
fine
governed,
under
that'd
this
be the
code.
smaller fine governed by your town code. The larger fine would be against the owner.
I don't know. My personal feeling is punishing the owner for the people who behave badly. The people who behave badly should be punished, not necessarily the owner. Well, hold on. If the owner does all the background checks and the things that they're supposed to do according to this, you can't control how somebody behaves. You can't. You go back to Verbo or to VRBO or to HomeAway or whichever service, and they should be able to inflict that upon them.
I can do whatever you want.
I'm gonna just quickly, briefly, and for staff, correct me if I'm wrong. So something happens at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. In a residential area, I want to point out, at a short-term rental, there would be a phone call made of complaint, and the owner or the owner's representative has 1 hour to respond to that complaint. To me, that is one of the key, probably the key enforcement issue here, is that the owner or the owner's representative has got to be responsive to problems at a rental that they have in a residential area. The other thing is that if you don't conform within a reasonable space to what other towns are doing, you're going to be a magnet for bad actors. They're going to go to the easiest jurisdiction out there and put the problem places. The party houses will tend to concentrate in areas that don't regulate well. Any other comments, questions?
I'd just like to see the whole package instead of voting on something and then hoping that, betting on the come. I'd rather, see the whole package, the nuisance statute and this together.
Yeah, I think we have agreement on that.
I'd like to see us moving forward. I think we have conformance with other towns. I think we can reference statutes that have been passed by the legislature. I think that we have the tools that we need.
Okay, so at the appropriate time, we'll make motions and we'll start voting.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I'd like to talk more about your concept because I support it. And can you make it, is it realistic to ask the staff if a review of the nuisance ordinance could be completed by the next time this is considered by the council? Or could your language that you're suggesting, could that review process be completed and brought back to a soon meeting? Maybe not the next one, but the one after, which I think you explained would trigger before the 90-day ordinance creation. In other words, it'd still be a hiatus between whenever this is approved and the ordinance is brought back for consideration by the council. So what I'm suggesting, if it's realistic for the staff to do that review and produce it, it would be, I think it's a quality effort on top of what we just had this evening for the reasons that you explained. So, but I don't want to be unrealistic with suggesting something.
I think the shortest time frame to having something in place is the 90 days it takes to get contractors and the 30 days for it to become effective and things like that. That's what I was thinking of parallel. If we delay it, then I don't know. You have to answer that, Carrie. Can you move that quickly on the nuisance side of it?
Mayor, council members, I think it would be realistic to bring an ordinance in draft form for discussion within that 90-day period for council discussion and approval of updates to the nuisance ordinance. But if you want the nuisance ordinance written and ready to be approved before you're approving the short-term rental ordinance, it's going to delay the short-term rental.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just suggesting as this goes forward, could we take advantage of the opportunity that he raised this evening and commence a second effort that would be staff review and proposed language that would come back separately, but before hopefully before the 90th day.
Before the 90 days, that'd
Yeah.
be fine. We
I
could do
mean, why
that.
miss the opportunity if it can be done? That's all I'm
I
suggesting.
agree with you
Yeah.
fully.
So,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it.
So, Mayor Morris, I guess the question I have is then, where are we with that time frame? There are ambiguities floating all around in here, and I'd like to know exactly what will come to. When it comes, I'd like to have it be ready to go. And so if that fits with our 90-day gate, I mean, I'd work with that, but I want absolute clarity on what's going to happen between now and the next time we look at it.
Mayor, Councilmember, the next time you look at what, the short-term rental or the?
Yes, the short-term
nuisance?
rental ordinance. We had a list that we were discussing here. Like things like the definition, and I heard Bill say that, we can refer to the state's document, but we're also looking at insurance questions. I think I didn't hear a solution to that one. How does all that background check stuff work? There was a lot of language about that. I'm not clear on where we went with that.
Sir.
And then just in terms of staff capacity to gather all this stuff for us.
I think the clerk can answer some of those questions in terms of what the services will provide with a background check versus it would be part of the application process is how I understand it.
So the application, we haven't developed the application yet. It's all dependent on what's approved with the ordinance. But it would be part of the application would be a check mark with language basically stating that you're checking here, you are not a sex offender. You won't knowingly rent it to a sex offender. And I believe it'll also say something along the lines of you will, using the federal database, check and verify that those that are renting your property are not sex offenders. And I believe it's saving those documents for a year after the rental, or holding on to them for a year after the rental in case there's something were to come up. So that part is covered there, but some of the other items that are also going to be part of the application. So as they go through the process, so the vendor can provide identification services. They can provide us the database, the portal that the members or owners of the vacation rentals can go in and apply. We review it on our end before we approve them. And then they'll have their license, all that information. And then we will work to get it on our website as well. It'll be just basic contact information for the owner or the owner's representative. The vendor also provides the 24/7 hotline so that someone can call and speak to someone if they're having issues and if it's not a 911 related emergency. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the way I see a possible timeline would be, let's say we could have the short-term rental ordinance ready for adoption in 30 days. And we adopt it. We could put in there by reference the code for the nuisance laws, the nuisance code. And then would be a 90-day implementation period is what I understand from you, that it takes about 90 days. We have 30 days and then we have to get contractors notices, signups, applications, et cetera.
It'll allow us time to contact everybody to come into compliance.
So
So-
at the best, we're 120 days away from liftoff.
Yeah.
And during that time, we would coordinate the STR with the timing on the nuisance, so it matched up and everything came together at the right time.
Right.
And is there an opportunity in that time frame for us to share it with the public?
Absolutely. By law, yeah,
Needs to happen.
because the code change would be just like this. We'd have first and second reading. There is a time process to that one too. Public hearings, the whole works. Yeah.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, just a question for staff. Is there a fee when a person puts an application in that covers the cost of the vendor's performance for the community?
Yes, sir, 250.
Okay, so basically, whatever expenses the vendor has is really completely covered with no fiscal impact to the town.
And that is what other governments should do.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a lot of people, I think, probably want to talk about this, and we have more information to gather. from the public so that we make sure at this meeting, we hope to come out with all of the information we need to finally put this thing into bed and roll this process down the line. So with that, if there are no more questions from council, if staff has anything else to add, let's go to public comment on this stuff.
Eric Jensu.
Honorable Mayor, council members, great people of Cave Creek. The town of Cave Creek is a quality place to live, work, operate a business, and enjoy life. As residents of the town, this is how we want to keep it, right? The firm bedrock of all this beauty, and the base of the profitability of local businesses are the residents. People who care about this community day in and day out. We need to make sure that they are happy. The town is well known for its beautiful nature, mountains, cultures, shopping, dining, and entertainment. All local businesses have done an exceptional job making the district attractive with rural Western flavor, keeping it a safe destination for people from all over Arizona and beyond to visit. There's a secret reason for why things are so well here. There's a reason why the town is safe and it is not trashed. There's a reason why the town doesn't have people loitering around intoxicated at late nights. There's a reason why the town is wrapped in quietness and calm after the shops and restaurants close their doors at night. Only the quiet nighttime surrounds the town. Only the stars' dim light bring the forms of the cigarros to the sight. Just the soft wind and coyotes can be heard. That is how we want to keep it, right? The secret reason for this things being so well is this. The town of Cave Creek is a destination. People come here, they do their shopping, they enjoy our great restaurants, they enjoy entertainment, and they drive back to their homes or lodging, wherever it may be. They come here to enjoy themselves for a day or for an evening. They don't party 24/7, disturbing the residents during the late night hours. No, they go home as good visitors should always do. They are happy and they will come back. They are different than short-term renters. The short-term renters would stay here for a weekend, for a week or a week to party. They should not spend their money in restaurant. They should not spend their money in restaurant, but rather party in their rental units 24/7. We don't want to be 24/7 party town. Honorable Board of Trustees, I would like you to add to this proposal a item maybe in 112.06 on A and item 7 that the short-term rental or the dwelling unit does not comply with the registered HOA declaration or any other deed restrictions. So that there would be a point there that a clerk would check that if that rental of that unit doesn't comply with the deed restrictions or HOA rules, it would be denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
That leaves me with a question for our attorney.
I'm looking at the statute. The problem is this statute was heavily negotiated and you would be then enforcing a private contractual right between the HOA and its members. And I don't know if you've ever done that. I mean, I think you as policymakers have the right to tell me to put it in, but then I think you're heading down a slippery slope. When are you going to now be policing up people who park on HOA streets? But it's your call. I mean,
Yeah, what worries me is that it puts the town in a situation of enforcing regulations that the town is not controlling. The control is by the HOA. And I think enforcement has to come from the HOA. I think what this gentleman
would
is
it be-
saying is.
How many
is
HOAs do we
valid.
have in Cave Creek right now? Would it be possible to put on that application a link to the HOA, to whatever HOA website? And say, make sure you comply with their rules?
Well, this is exactly what I'm talking about with the town really should not get into the business of enforcing HOA. HOA is a separate organization. It has to work within the regulations of the town. But HOA may be more restricted than the town. And so it worries me that the town might be put into a situation of enforcing what the town has not determined.
Good points. Let's move on with the public comment and come back to this during the discussion period by council.
Thank you.
Andrea Jensen? Oh,
Thank you.
okay. Ted Nyquist?
Mayor, Town Council. My wife and I live at 38045 North El Indio Circle in Cave Creek. That's a cul-de-sac right across from Rancho Manana.
May I have your name again, please?
Ted Nyquist,
Langquist.
Nyquist,
Nyquist. Okay.
Swedish. Just above us on the hill, at the bottom of the cul-de-sac, 5708 East Miramonte Drive South is an Airbnb property. And the noise just rolls over the hill. So I know, and I appreciate all the comments in this about sex offenders and the other things. And I'm not suggesting taking that out. But our principal problem is about the noise and disturbances that have occurred. And they've been well represented here, maybe more tonight. My comments are directed towards if this ordinance is passed or some semblance of the one after the additional comments are incorporated in there by council. How is it implemented? And I directed my comments here to several paragraphs in the proposed ordinance. First on 112.05, it references about an emergency point of contact for each one of these properties. Somebody that's supposed to show up within an hour. How do we get a hold of that information? Because if we're going to have a verified violation, which is referenced on page 36, 112.21, it has to be verified through somebody. I don't know how to, based on this.
That was our discussion earlier this evening about the 1 hour response time and having contractors and around and a phone call number. So that's being worked out with the administrative details, Mr. Nyquist.
Okay. There's noise. Who do I call? And is that person that I'm calling, would that person be the person that would identify where we have a verified information or a violation or not? I don't know, but that's one of my comments. And I don't know, maybe the council answer these later, but we don't have many defined terms from a legal standpoint in this document, in my humble opinion. The next item is 112.14 on page 34, denotes that a rental property must comply with NOIA rules and regulations. Again, who do we report to on this? Is it the police? Is it Mr. Stein? Is our Toynes lawyer? Who do we call? I can assure you, calling the Airbnb owners, Avant, that does nothing. I have never heard a response from them, never gone out and shut down any of the properties or caused anything. The only good has come in many cases by contacting the sheriff's department. And they go out there. They don't write up violations or anything like that. There are no threats that I'm aware of made about shutting down the property. They go out there and make it quiet for part of the night, and that's it. We need to know who to call, and if we call them, does that count as a verified notification or not? And that's not clear to me in the language of this document. The next comment, I think this is, needs clarification, is about what is a verified violation. Reading this document, I don't know what a verified violation is. How does my call to somebody that I don't know who to call right now count as a verified violation? Because their lawyers are going to come back and say, well, that wasn't verified.
Well, I think this
Can
is
the
your,
attorney respond to
That's in the
this.
statute, and this is an example of the power of the VRBO industry. This is already defined. Means a finding of guilt or civil responsibility relating to any of the foregoing, and so it's a tough one. But the way you're going to control is it would be a violation of this code, and then leading towards suspension as opposed to the fine. So the big goal here, I mean, we will do the fine. I mean, if truly we can tighten up the nuisance code so that we can then tell the Adam or the sheriff's office to respond. That could get us the verified complaint. But first, what I'm hearing from council tonight is let's fix our nuisance code. We'll do that simultaneously.
Yeah, noise is a nebulous term.
I know it is. It's also a loud term. I agree with you, sir. And our
But
goal
I
is-
need to know who to call, and I'm not
right
sure.
now, right now you have building.
Right.
Right now, you have someone who has to respond in 24.
Are they the ones that
Now.
are the verifying?
No, you then, what I would do under that, it says, read what this says.
I
It
did
says-
read it.
No, I know, but there's the second paragraph, is I think you call Adam or you call the sheriff and you call the contact. That then results in the requirement for the contact to respond in 24 hours. A failure to do so would be a violation of this order.
What paperwork do I have to do to prove that? I've been in business a long time. I've hired a lot of lawyers. You get in a court or whatever, man, do they get picky, okay? I want to know exactly what constitutes, on my part, a verified
Well, I think
notification.
you would document when you call both people. I mean, I think the vendor we're gonna hire would have a record of you calling. And then you would soon, right before, or right after, you would call Adam or the sheriff.
So I have to call this person that you're going to hire as a
Well, I'm
vendor.
not sure it's called, maybe just an internet, I don't know, maybe an internet link.
Well, I need to know that.
There will be an option to call 24/7 number. And they will document, they'll document what the issue is. You also have an option to fill out a form online. And we will be able to get that information, staff gets that information on a regular basis.
So they're supposed to send somebody out within an hour.
They would contact they would then contact, the vendor would then contact, or whoever is staffing that 24/7 hotline would then contact the
My red
The-
light's flashing.
the vendors,
The designated
the vendor's
representative.
designated person or the owner, whoever it is that they gave us the information for. And at that point, they have to respond within an hour.
Who determines the hour?
It would likely be an hour from when the call's made.
Mr.
Right.
Nyquist, you're getting into details that
Yeah.
we haven't, what we have before us today is what's here, which is the enabling code. There is a number of procedures that have to come after this, the administrative
Right, I
procedures.
just don't want, I want to make sure they're not overlooked. is what I'm saying.
Believe
I
me,
still don't know how to.
we're not perfect, but we'll try to do our best to have something that will protect residences and be fair to the short-term rental owners also. We understand your concerns, and we'll have more meetings on this, so you'll have more chances to take a look at this as we progress.
Okay, my last comment, I know my time's up.
Yes,
Comment
your
for
time's-
Mr. Rose, I don't think it's practical to try and penalize the people there other than throwing them out, because you'll never get a hold of them. I mean, last week, 2 nights, 2, 3 in the morning, they're up there partying, drunk as a skunk, screaming and yelling. Tomorrow, they're out of town in California or wherever. I don't know how you can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Nyquist.
Thank you.
Janine Maxwell?
Is it clear that there's a designee that the town has as to the person who would be contacted?
There
It's
would
not
be.
necessarily the owner. It's clear who would be contacted.
Mayor, council. I am here in the hope, I'm sorry, Janine Maxwell. I live at 38051 North El Indio Circle. I live right here at Rancho Manana behind here. I am here in the hopes of getting help dealing with the short-term rental next door. For 4 years now, myself, along with my children, have been exposed weekly to loud parties, blasting music, profanity, strippers, inappropriate behavior from the party house we have next door. My kids cannot use our pool or play outside while the party house is rented. How is that fair to my family? Why does this out-of-town owner have all the rights, but I have none? I cannot enjoy my property. 24 people can stay at this house, with the majority of guests being men for bachelor parties. I do not wish our living situation on anyone in this room. This party house is owned by an out-of-town LLC and is managed by a California-based management company that manages hundreds of homes all over the US. This management company is well aware of the problems, but does not care. The property owner, who I have met, is aware, but told me, sorry, he has a right to make money. He makes $100,000 a year and he's not giving it up. There has been no one to turn to for help. When we call the police, the deputies tell us there is no noise ordinance in Cave Creek to enforce before 10 p.m. The deputies have not written one noise citation, no matter how late they are called. In the 4 years this house has been in operation, not one. I have been sent several cease and desists by this management company for calling the police for loud parties at night, accusing me of lying and being a spiteful neighbor. Those stopped after I send my videos with date and time to the management company. Drunk men have yelled at my children playing basketball on several occasions. I have been catcalled while laying by my pool more times than I can count in my bathing suit. I am not against short-term rentals. I don't think any of my neighbors here are. I use short-term rentals, but there has to be a way to protect neighbors from the bad apples in this industry. I'm asking this council to please help us get these party houses under control. Most of the towns around us have started enforcing their own short-term rental regulations. What happens if Cave Creek is the only town with no enforcement? We will be inundated with these rentals like Old Town. I love living here. I'm active in my community and I would like some protection for my town. Thank you for hearing my side of the story. And I would like to address you as I send all my videos to Airbnb and VRBO. They will suspend the property for 3 to 4 days and then it's relisted. So if anyone
Okay.
would like to see my videos, I
I
sent
was
you
not
guys.
aware of that and I appreciate you sharing that.
You're welcome. And I have 4 years of videos, each worse than the next. If any of you would like actual proof, because I have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell.
Chris Wainwright?
Mr. Mayor, council, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for taking your time today. My name is Chris Swainhart, and I live at 5701 East Rancho Manana Boulevard. I suppose my wife and I are a lot like many full-timers here in Cave Creek, retired with limited income. I would guess that homeowners like me are underrepresented at these meetings in comparison to professional investors. Last Friday night, I dropped my wife and an out-of-town guest off at Buffalo Chip to watch the bull riding. What a sight! Lots of fun, drinking, rowdy behavior, with party buses dropping off people by the dozens. Now, if I told you I was building a home 100 feet from the Buffalo Chip Arena, you'd call me crazy. You'd say, Swainhart, that's no place for a bedroom. It's not zoned for that. And you would be right. But come closing time, the party is not over. It just moves on. In this case, to the party house right behind me. Then the party continues until everyone passes out sometime before daybreak. Party house? You say, Swainhart, you're exaggerating. Well, to which I would reply, how else would you describe a home that has never had an owner in residence, a home that sleeps 24 and is widely advertised for rent one night at a time for rent as low as $400? This home is an unlicensed adult-only zone managed by a large firm with no local representatives, no incentive nor means to regulate the behavior of their guests. We had no idea what we were in for when we moved here and have spent a lot of money soundproofing our home. During the construction, contractors actually complained and objected to the vulgar profanities they had to listen to during the daylight hours coming from right behind our home. We live in a single-family residential zone, but Airbnb software has turned our home into an R-rated nightmare where even seasoned workers blush. Is it always like this? No. Every once in a while, a family will rent it for 30 days. To those investors who say they have to have short-term rentals to make a profit, I say, let's sell the trailer park in town and put the party houses there. Zone that area for all the adult behavior you want. Just keep it out of our neighborhoods. Failure to implement a solution to this problem will allow Carefree to push their short-term rental problems into Cave Creek neighborhoods. Cave Creek prides itself on local restaurants and local retail to keep our communities unique. In the year 2000, civic leaders and local residents voted to protect the Spur Cross Ranch from developers who would have destroyed our jewel of the creek. Now, 23 years later, this town council needs to step up and protect our residential neighborhoods from becoming little more than the last stop for party buses. Thank you.
Perfect timing, Mr. Swayno.
Pete Bobrowitz.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Pete Bobrowitz, 6636 East Arroyo Road. I think some of my my residents here have done a marvelous job of pointing out the spotlights that you guys don't see that happen every night. It really comes down to noise, garbage, parking, traffic, and who do we call? I think those are from a homeowner standpoint, those are the things that I'm concerned about, and I think that are the practical things we run into. I'm very supportive of the ordinance. I'm supportive of an ordinance that is at least as regulatory in nature as any of the towns around us. I think the point that if we have something softer, it's only going to come back to bite us. I'm very supportive of the conversation that happened a bit earlier, where we tried to, in parallel, get this ordinance in place. I don't think there's any cause for us to wait for the cleanup of the noise and the nuisance things. I think they are truly independent activities and they can be done in parallel. I think this is a good thing for the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reg Monachino.
Mayor, members of council. With regard to this resolution, I was surprised to learn the state legislature had enacted something beneficial for Cave Creek. I believe that the short-term rental legislation before council tonight can be a win-win for the town. Our task is to regulate rentals as well as to develop a revenue stream for the town. This resolution gives the town much needed control over rentals. A property owner who rents must have a business license, a sales tax license, register with the county, register with the Arizona Department of Revenue, file transfer privilege tax forms, etc. Finally, the property owner must provide complete information on who to contact in case of an emergency. And
As council has pointed out, there are specified penalties for non-compliance. Rentals in Cave Creek are here to stay. Let's control them. On the revenue side, the town's business model is to pay fixed expenses with variable revenue. You won't find that business model in any business school in America. We are a municipality, and we're stuck with that model. So let's find additional revenue sources. The Municipal Association of Governments, MAG, in Maricopa County published a report that stated that Cave Creek had 4.3% of its housing stock as rentals. That's well over 100 units. Here's the report. That's the second highest percentage in the state of Arizona. Rentals in Cave Creek are here to stay. Rental tax can be another revenue stream. Although if we hire people to tell us who the renters are, we'll chew into that additional revenue. Councilman Augerton, you asked, how do we know rentals? If you write to Maricopa County Assessor and ask them for a list of all Class 4 properties, and that's a lot of pages, you'll get every rent in town on that list. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monachino.
Sandy Coutinho.
A little taller. My name is Sandy Cutno, address 38035 North La Canoa Drive. First, I'd just like to thank the council. I truly do believe over the course of the last 3 months, you have stepped up and realized just how serious and compassionate we are about this issue. It clearly affects our daily lives and the fact that we all believe living in Cave Creek is a blessing and we want to keep it that way. I know there's a lot of details. I also just want to ask, don't try to make all the details so perfect that we never get to the end zone. You can always make minor adjustments over time if things aren't perfect, but we need the tools in the tool chest to try to gain our neighborhoods back and get the tranquility back and the environment that we all want for our families. So with that, I say thank you.
Thank you.
Betsy Worley. Laura G.
Evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor in the sky, or later in the audio, and council members. I want to thank you for reading each and every word of draft number 2 of this proposal. As I have again and again and again, I've spent many, many hours on it. I hope that you've gone back and read the original Senate bill, which gives the authorization for the municipality to act in a very narrow framework. I'm sure you've gone back and read the attached statutes that are referenced, this one, and this one, and this one, and some others. When this came out on the agenda, I thought, great, let's see draft number 2. Let's see those changes that were suggested. Let's get some relief for these people. These people need relief. We all agree. I was up till 3 in the morning going back, trying to figure out the daisy chain of these lack of definitions. One big problem, if we can't define, if we can't articulate what is a short-term rental, we are never going to successfully regulate them. No way. And as for the state statute, it refers to transitory lodging. That's great. Nowhere in the Cave Creek proposal does it say one word that short-term rental is in any way equivalent to transitory lodging, which, by the way, if you read the definition, it's not the units that you have in mind to give these people relief. So unfortunately, they're going to be very disappointed. This entire proposal needs to be cleaned up. It needs to be infinitely more practical. Details, yes, and the details matter tremendously. I hope you've read some of the emails that I've sent you on some of the subtopics of the problem in this proposal. As I mentioned, I have a legislative background. This is not my first rodeo. I have read thousands and thousands of proposals. A government that writes an incomprehensible bill, it's a bad bill. If the people who are to comply with the bill cannot understand what's expected of them, you will not have compliance. So major problems here. There's no clear problem statement. We can't seem to say what problem we're trying to solve. There are no clear goals. There's a daisy chain of definitions. It's completely unreasonable to expect the average creeker housing provider to try to figure out what the heck these bills say. And there are wildly conflicting sections. There are illegal sections. We are not entirely following the state law, as I pointed out in my emails. Yellow light. Fines or guidelines, they are not mandates. The appeals section is especially troubling. People have no right to see their accusers. They have no penalties for false accusations, for frivolous accusations. The language seems to call for suspension of business before a hearing. That could be 1 year, it could be 2 years as a practical matter, if you read that closely. By the way, the sex offender registry, don't hang your hopes on that. While it's a wonderful thing, I put the names of our council members into the sex offender registry. I had hits on 5 of our council members. And I'm sure they're great people. It's because people use aliases. I entered this address at Town Hall. We have 11 registered sex offenders sleeping within 3 miles of Town Hall tonight. Are the people in Rancho Mañana threatened because we have 11 sex offenders right here? It's not going to get you where you want to go. Think very carefully about these details. Other towns manage to do this in 1 or 2 pages, a page of definitions, a page of what's expected of housing providers. They're getting compliance. We're not going to get that. They got compliance part because they went and they talked to stakeholders. They talked to their tourist bureau. They talked to their business people. They talked to people with policy backgrounds. It's not just to a man with a hammer, everything's a nail. We apparently took our concerns to the city attorney. Guess what? The city attorney, he came back with a lot of legalese. That's what attorneys do. It doesn't do us any good. It's going to create a lot more problems than it's going to solve. And housing providers that I've talked to are running fine, honest establishments. They wouldn't dream of annoying their neighbors. They're not here tonight. They're telling me they feel bullied. They feel intimidated. They feel jerked around, is the word I heard. They feel harassed. Is that how you want to treat your fellow creekers? Is that how you want to treat small business people in this town? They're saying, forget this. I'm out of business. I'm not going to do this. I'm retired. I don't need this grief. Maybe I'll just go underground. Forget it. I'm not going to do it. So we're not addressing residents' concerns with this horrible muddled language. It's a bad bill. And we're not addressing council's real concerns. Take the time, get it right. 90 days, 120 days, 365 days. I don't care. Get it right. We have to live with this for decades. Red light. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Jane.
Janet Moore.
Janet Moore, Cave Creek resident. I think that's terrible what these people are going through, and I can think of a lot of ways to be able to fix it. So first of all, I want to go back to the first reading. I asked that there be definitions. There has to be a definition of short-term rental. People do not know what short-term rentals are. You can't expect everybody to know what the definition is. You can't expect somebody to have to go back and look at the state statute. It has to be in there. It's in there in Fountain Hills. It's in there in other municipalities. It's not a big thing to ask for. It's going to cause more work for town staff. It's going to cause us to have to hire Mr. Sims to sort things out when there's issues. There's no reason to not have the definition in there. While there's a bad actor with that house, and Mr. Swainhart's a friend of mine, and I hate to see him have issues. I have a bad actor near my house where he makes things up. So I would like to see a penalty for people who make up things about what's happening at a rental, because I don't think it's fair, because I am a good manager of my property. I don't think it's fair for me to have to put up with the harassment I've been put up with so far. And I can tell you that this man harassed my other neighbor since 2018, and I'm done with it. I don't want any more harassment. So I think there should be something in there for that. It's not fair for staff to have to put up for that either, if people are going to make false accusations. It says that the town manager or its designee will be the ones that will enforce this. And I think there needs to be a definition of who the designee is. Is it going to be my nasty neighbor? Is he going to be a designee? I mean, I don't know. I want to know who the town managers or designee. I know who the town manager is, but I want to know who the designee is going to be. I want a definition, because then anybody can be a designee. 11.16 states that anytime fire or public safety personnel come out, then there's a fine. Well, what if my guest has a heart attack? I mean, it needs to define in there that when they're coming out for an issue, not just coming out. You took out the license by the front door. I don't understand why you took that out. And I know I'm running out of time, but I believe that everyone is so incorrect on these taxes. I pay 3.5% on that rental, regardless if it's long-term or short-term. Every month I go in, well, my husband does, and he goes to the TPT and he pays it. It doesn't matter if you have this ordinance in effect, that has to be paid. I mean, unless I've been paying it, then I want a reimbursement, but, and the short-term rental, the additional money besides the 3.5% of 5%, that goes to the state. So the 3.5 is what the town gets paid regardless. It doesn't matter if you have an ordinance in place. And you see, there's a thing, 24 people. A lot of the ways to control is by zoning. How many, and if we don't have nuisance ordinances like this, I mean, you're only allowed so many people in a house per zoning. So I don't know how you, there's no way do they really have 14 bedrooms or 12 bedrooms in that house? I mean, that's really, is that right? Well, 24 people, that I would not like that by my house. And I treat my properties wherever they are at of what I would want to live next to. And that's my rules. So you can control this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Jessica Ryder.
Mayor, Councilman. My name is Jessica Ryder, and my family has lived in Cave Creek since the 1970s. I spoke here the first time that this ordinance was read, and give you a little bit background on my history with Cave Creek. I am a short-term rental owner. Our rental is a house that was inherited. And so my brother and I have the property. It's a special property to us. And I wouldn't want it being like the Rancho Manana folks. I look at this bill and agree. One of the good things about going further on is a lot of people say the things that you feel. I feel it's still too ambiguous. There aren't definitions. I read through here, and as someone that would want to comply with the local laws and ordinances, I do find it confusing, and the daisy chain between all the different ordinances and statutes and going through. I spent at least 6 to 7 hours going through this statute today or ordinance today. We can make it easier for our residents to understand, both as the short-term rental owners and for the people in the neighborhoods. I agree with Janet of, I'm not too sure why you took out posting the contact information. I actually thought that was great. So people in the neighborhood, people renting the unit knows who to contact. Some of the things that I'm concerned that people didn't bring up is with respect to the fees. I don't see any caps on fees. I think the fees are also still ambiguous of how often. I'm concerned about what is considered a authorized notification. I had my water turned off in Cave Creek because they notified me and I never received that notification because even though I received my bill, it was on a different system than what the town used. So even though I notified how they can reach me via the billing, they use the Maricopa County Assessor's Office, which is one of the ways they put into this ordinance on how to notify me. And 3 months later, my water was turned off because they couldn't get a hold of me. If we're making these license and having us license these short-term rentals, we should be able to dictate in that license how we would like to be contacted. With respect to having that designated person 1 hour, again, I'm not a corporation. I live 10 minutes from my rental. If you call me at 1 o'clock in the morning because of an issue, I'm not even too sure I want to go out there unless the police is already there. And then my question is, what is the police going to do that, or what am I going to do that the police shouldn't be doing? I wouldn't want to go to my rental at 1 o'clock in the morning without the authorities with me because it could be a danger to myself. So in summary, I think this is heading in the right direction, but I think there's still a lot more work to do.
Thank you.
Joanne?
My name is Joleanne and I live at Galloway Ridge. It's a new development with 68 units. We're the newly appointed board of this new development that's right over here. We do have 3-month minimum CCNRs, and there is abuse going on in our community with short-term rentals because they can. They game it. I just read this tonight. And this leaves all kinds of interpretation for the gamers to do whatever they want, which they are doing there. So you did bring up the Fountain Hills website there, and it was covered up by some of this video up here, and I didn't get to see it, but Paul, I appreciate you. I think it was you that brought that up. And in the short minute I got to look at that, it outlined real clearly less than 30-day rental on short term. So there's a definition in there. What is short-term rental? And there's nothing in there, which leaves the gamers to interpretate, well, short-term to me is only 1 day or 10 days. So they're not going to file. So it does need, I agree with everybody in here. This needs work, definitely needs work. And I think you've got a good example up there of just a little bit that I saw there. And tell him what y'all want in there. Otherwise, he's going to keep charging us thousands and thousands of dollars just to keep trying to get him to change things in here. The fines have to be stiff. They have to be stiff. And if they're not stiff, they're going to just keep paying them and abusing the system. So that's my 2 cents in here. So, and I think also there needs to be notation that CCNRs within HOAs need to be complied with. That's all. Thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
I do want to outline too, we do have nuisance code violations. We had incidents last night with our short term, and I came down here, met Adam, and he's our lone person to talk to 24/7, 365 days a year. We called the sheriff. They can't do anything for us because it's private property. So it's not going to get better. It's just going to get worse if we don't make this real clear what the guidelines are and written. And Laura, I thank you for, I don't know you, but that was excellent what you said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Haddock?
Mayor, council members, I'm a Cave Creek resident. And first of all, regrettably, this second draft is a total fraud, and you guys all know it. And we don't. We took the surprise you dealt us. It is not what this council ordered it to be. We deserve the right draft as ordered and to be informed who and how and played fast and loose with the second draft. Where and when did this happen? There should be no action on this draft until we receive the legitimate second draft. I think you guys would be just as irritated the fast one was pulled on you like it was on us. With no, and you could have informed us that that happened. We didn't get to find out until this phony draft comes out. Let's get a few other things cleared up. Cave Creekers are already paying more than their fair share of taxes. STRs listed on platforms such as Airbnb and VBO have those taxes taken out automatically. They are already paying 3% or more on gross revenues to Cave Creek and 5.5% PTP. In fact, revenues to Cave Creek already appear in the town budget. They've been getting it for ever since they've been in business on the platforms. STRs, by the way, are already paying taxes on their gross revenues. Many of you guys are business people. I mean, that's an insult to begin with. It's just not the American way. They could be losing money and still have to pay those taxes. This draft is a direct attack on all of our property rights as it is written. How appropriate on this May Day, comrades. Cave Creek needs overnight lodgings so that visitors can spend money with our restaurants and merchants. We need those sales taxes. Support our local merchants. Do not cut off your nose to spite your face. Vote no on this particular proposal. After council discussion on March 6th, instructions were given to remove sections 112.17 through 1.1222. Surprisingly, that did not happen. Some were taken out, some were not, and some tweaking was done, and the worst of some of the unworkable language was mysteriously reappeared in other sections of this proposal. This trickery undermines public confidence in local government. I request that you vote no on this draft. We can get something much better than this. You know, there's not one single definition in this thing, and it's a good reason for it. The reason is it can then be applied to anything. It can be applied to a boarded horse, a ham sandwich. No damn definition. You got to have that, or you don't know what you have and what you're passing. Mr. Sims claims that this model was made from the Fountain Hills. Well, I don't see that to be the case at all. Theirs starts with 2 pages of very clearly defined definitions, and it tells you exactly what a freaking short-term rental is and what it is not. That's absolutely adamantly paramount. You don't have that, you got a piece of junk you've been wasting your time on. The other part is with it left out, that's totally nefarious because you know that it then will immediately be applied as well to long-term rentals and anything you choose to put it to. These folks are already paying taxes. And here's the other thing, it's a total loser. Scottsdale right in there admits that it's a loser. It costs way much more for staff to administer it than the revenues coming in. And they knew it up front and doing it anyway. Cave Creek already has been getting this 3% for nothing, and it doesn't cost you anything. And you want to mess with that? It makes no sense. I'm not against the proposal.
Mr. Haddock,
There's a need
your
for it.
time, wrap your comments
Well,
up.
I think your time's all up too. Next time the vote comes around after pulling this skullduggery. And I want to hear some comments on how that happened. And I'm sure everybody else does as well.
Thank you for your comments.
David Phelps, Sheila Wells,
Thank you. Sheila Wells at 38024 North Lakanoa in Cave Creek. Listening to all these people about, talking about definitions and so forth, and I hope our town attorney does address their concerns. Our concern, I'm over with the Rancho Manana people. Our concern is our safety, our welfare, and protecting our property, our children. It isn't that we want to prevent anyone from short-term renting. But we want to know that when we call the police have someone to contact. They can do something. I appreciate the fact that the nuisance ordinance needs to be reviewed. But I don't think the two of them have to be done at the same time. Excuse me. I don't want to ruin the equipment. I think they can be done. We can pass this ordinance once the concerns of everyone are addressed about the definitions. It seems to be the biggest problem. And as far as the revenue source, I don't think that that is the reason for this ordinance. The reason for this ordinance is the welfare of our Cave Creek residents. It has nothing to do with getting extra revenue. So I'm personally not concerned about that. Do what you need to do if you need more money. But thank you. And thank you for really listening to us. I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells.
No additional speakers.
We have a number of online comments. Simon Wilson, the Galloway Ridge resident, is in support of this. Carl Zimmel, a Galloway Ridge resident, also is in support. Joe Lehan sent this. Is she on the, is she here? I'm sorry?
That was me.
Oh, okay. So we'll turn the page. The following are opposed. Adrian Salyer, Galloway Ridge. And Koa Ho, on behalf of Avant Stay, would like the comments read. Those comments are: Dear council members, Avant Stay currently manages 2 beautiful properties within the town of Cave Creek. We thank you in advance for the opportunity to provide a public comment on the newly proposed short-term rental ordinance and appreciate the consideration of our statement to ensure that it fairly works for currently legally operating STRs in Cave Creek. We recommend a few revisions to the proposed ordinance. We are concerned about the proposed operational requirements such as background checks and neighbor notifications. As a premier hospitality brand, our guests place the trust in Avant Stay to provide a private and hospitable experience from check-in to check-out. We do not want to house violent offenders and always take the necessary precautions to prevent sex offenders from renting our properties. However, we believe being required to hold records of our guests for 12 months, as referenced in section 112.20A, comprises, I believe they mean compromises, the privacy and trust guests put in our brand. While we recommend removal of this clause from the ordinance, we believe pool alarms would be equally effective and less cost prohibitive safety requirements than retrofitting pool enclosures as outlined and proposed in sections 12.19G. Installing large enclosures can be a huge burden on small operators. They are also equally effective methods which could be required in concert with a pool alarm, such as telescopic poles, in-pool alarms, pool/hot tub covers. We recommend amending the requirements to remove barrier requirements, but adding language to allow operators the freedom to use any pool safety technologies as they see fit. We look forward to continuing to manage our properties and hope the town council will incorporate our suggestions into the new ordinance. We also have a comment from Richard Wilson, the Galloway Ridge resident. Our community is struggling to support a new proposed ordinance that limits short-term rentals. Our CC&Rs recorded with the development stipulate that home rentals can be no shorter than 3 months. The new ordinance limits rentals to 1 month, which is in direct conflict with our rules and guidelines for residential community. I would like to see the ordinance approved, but not supersede our recorded CC&Rs. We currently are experiencing a great deal of conflict with extreme short-term rentals and users grossly disregarding community rules on common area amenities. The ordinance, if approved, will bring in more like users and promote short-minded vacationing individuals who have no interest in the long-term stability and growth of the town of Cave Creek. I would prefer the town consider a 3-month term on rentals, as these users would be spending more discretionary income over a longer period and also learn the benefits of why many of us call Cave Creek home. Approving the new ordinance negates and provides harm to those communities who created rules to benefit their development. Please consider allowing existing and superseding CCNRs to remain in prime position to the new ordinance. I think we addressed that earlier in passing. We have nothing to do with the CCNRs of an HOA, so we do not, our laws are completely independent of that. Okay, so we have completed public comment, and it's back to council. So we're looking for a motion here. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I didn't get to sign up for that. I'd like to speak as part of the public comments, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah, come on ahead, and we'll need your very clearly state your name because and where you live.
And fill up the application
And
afterwards.
afterwards, fill out the application if you would, please.
Definitely. Thank you. Frank Kepner, I reside at 4719 East Rancho Caliente, Cave Creek. Been a resident of Cave Creek for about 5 years now. And when I came here to this area from out of state, I came for a job. And I lost my job after only 7 months of moving here. And I also have a major health issue. So the only thing that got me through was the Airbnb, renting a little casita that I have. So I just wanted to mention that this is also not about large corporations. It's about people that are in need, right? So I wanted to mention a couple of things about this ordinance. I think that it does need to be better defined. I think that in terms of licensing, I'm all for it. I've got little kids. I'm all about making sure that safety is a #1 priority and that we all, live happy lives here. In terms of sex offender registry and all that stuff, Airbnb and VRBO already do that type of work. They do research, OFAC lists, they look into local databases, state and national databases. So I think that is a little bit of overkill. And also there would be liability issues to the town. I'm a fraud and identity expert with an emphasis on data privacy. So my algorithms run on major banks, the public sector, et cetera. I know what I'm talking about. But I'd like to mention that in terms of what we're providing in terms of the policy here, it needs to be really researched. I'm a numbers guy. I would like to see more emphasis on, how many of these instances are occurring. Is there a way to maybe pass that bill of having an officer visit the property to the property owner, right? Because I think that would fall instead of, taxpayers like ourselves, the property owner that's not responsible for the property should be responsible for that fee. In terms of, neighborhood notifications, I don't think that's fair. I think that there's a lot of people that have, businesses running out of their houses, their CPAs or whatnot. And I don't know, I don't get notification that they're doing business out of their houses. So why should I have to go to the neighbors and provide them with my business, right? I think that's a little bit extreme. Again, I'm all for it. I'm all for, this ordinance, as long as it's clearly stated and defined and we put some good thought into it. Already, as part of Airbnb and VRBO, we have to abide to safety measures. Anything that's house codes, et cetera, like fire extinguishers and smoke detectors, that's all part of it. But maybe we can put some emphasis on the type of rental that it is. Like there should be maybe perhaps tiers. I have a guest house. Maybe that could be like tier 2. Tier 1 is you share a room, and then tier 3 is like a individual house, and there's different ordinances or different specifications for the type of rental that it is. I don't think that I should be penalized when I'm always at the property. I've been renting for over 3 years now and have never had an issue. But anyway, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure I provide my point of view.
Thank you. Okay, is anybody else? We all set? Okay, it is back to council. Did staff have any, hear anything that they wanted to address or the attorney?
Some of the things that they asked where I was deleted is you directed me to. I need guidance tonight on insurance. And I need guidance tonight on whether you accept the penalties that are in here, or if you want to call me after the meeting, and those are two open issues. I'll be happy to include definitions. When we were last here, we were concerned that the ordinance was too long and complicated. I was fine referring to the statute. I'll be happy to put in the definitions. I will refer to the nuisance code. But I do need guidance on insurance and penalties. Principally the penalty concerning failure to reach a contact. I had drafted at the last session, this is in section 112.16. This is probably the most important. It's the 24 hours. And the constituent who said, you're right, this is taken out of the statute, but you're right, it would include an ambulance turning up for a heart attack. And so we need to fix that. That's a very good suggestion. We just took this from the statute, but the next one says, this is failure to respond in an hour. What is the remedy? This isn't a stated violation. This is a fine. And I copied this from other jurisdictions. I had 500, then reduced it to 300. I don't know if you want to go back to 500. So I need guidance on insurance, principally on insurance and that penalty.
Okay. I thought I saw Luke moving around.
The town clerk, deputy town manager directed me to get the gentleman to fill out the form.
Okay.
Just doing her bidding.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Councilmember. With your indulgence, could I ask the attorney to run through the insurance, the benefits of that language being included?
Sure.
It is allowed by statute. I was at a town conference with 70 city attorneys and town attorneys asking about this. It's normally not required, but everybody's requiring it because the legislature authorized it. And so I took it out because you asked me to take it out. I can put it back in. Most people put it in, but Luke, when we zone property, residential, we don't require anything about insurance. No. So, but the statute gives you the authority, so we can if you wish.
Mr. Chair, just to follow up, what would be the advantage? I mean, what's the pro and the con?
Well, that's a good point. I think the advantage is to what extent, well, I don't know if it's advantage. The only way I could justify it is that you're worried about renter being injured and not having adequate insurance. I mean, but I don't know that you do that often for many renters. But the legislature didn't, I mean, they allowed a bunch of things here, like they authorized background checks, but they don't think through the consequences about creating a plethora of public documents of people's backgrounds. And if you truly apply the statutes the way it's written, you got to be at the curb when everybody drives up in their Uber asking for a background check. If you truly are going to follow the rule of the law. So that's where the legislature didn't do us any favors. And that's why this is complicated. But insurance is allowed. You asked me to take it out. I took it out. The lady asked about, you asked me to take out the posting. I took it out. You asked me to reduce the penalty for failure to respond to a call. I did. But this isn't my call. It's your call.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sims, on the display of the permit, would that not be accomplished by the town website having the information available?
It would. That's why I tried to find, I was trying to take your guidance. I was told it was too complicated. And so I was trying to find ways to address the lack of complexity and still keep the benefit of the intent. For example, you all wanted the notice out. Everybody else includes it. But try to make the ordinance less cumbersome, we're going to put it in the application. I think that's just as good.
You know the difference between a dead rattlesnake in the road and a dead attorney?
No, tell me. You're going to tell me.
There's skid marks in front of the snake. And I don't want you to feel badly tonight because
No.
we were tough.
Well, I can tell
at
you,
the previous meeting.
Lawyers have tough skin. I've taken a lot worse than Senator Biden and other senators when I testified for Congress. This is a cakewalk.
Does that have to be in the record?
I'm prepared to make a motion that I would invite anybody to make a modification, whatever I leave out. And I'm getting a raised eyebrow here.
Yeah,
Turn your microphone.
yeah, I'm wondering if we're actually ready with some of the things, the definitions. I mean, once we do this, there's 6 of us here. If 3 people decide to vote no, then it loses. The fact that we don't have the full complement, I don't know where people are coming from right this minute, but if it loses, then we get to start over again with first read, second read, all the other stuff. I mean, I would.
My motion was, will we to table it?
Oh, good. Go ahead and make your motion, please. We're thinking exactly alike then, Mayor.
Yeah, we are not ready to adopt this. I think a thing that I heard, and I think it's correct. I think the problem with the comparing what Fountain Hills has versus we're 2 different, completely different stages in the process. We're trying to get a law passed. They have administrative procedures and definitions and hyperlinks. We aren't there yet. That's probably 120 days out. So we need to get past this piece where we put the law on the books, and then we can move on to administrative part. I'm looking at council. I'm prepared to draft off the top of my head a motion that I would open up to any changes someone might have to improve it. So I move to table the short-term rental until the first meeting in June. Instruct staff to simultaneously improve the nuisance code and to address the issue of adding additional definitions, either administratively or in code as appropriate. And I would invite any improvements to that.
My comment is that if we wait until we have a perfect document, it probably will not occur. And I think what we're looking for is progress. And I feel that by tabling, we are putting ourselves into a situation where we can go on with this forever. But I think clarifications can come as we go along. And I'm asking the attorney if that is correct.
The mayor said it well. Some of the concerns have been raised. But it's your call, it's not mine. I was intending to put that in the application. It's much more flexible.
Yes.
And it can be changed. I was just trying to get, as most other jurisdictions have done, to get the rudiments of a law that was allowed by the statute, approved by the AG, to try to allow you to take this next step. What I'm hearing from the mayor is there are some concerns. I'll be happy to put definitions in. Is he saying table it? And then that gives us time to come back with, and you can give me guidance on the insurance. You can give me guidance on whether we post the notices. You can give me guidance on the penalties for failure to come within 1 hour. Right now, those are open questions. And so one option would be to table it. Let us come back to you with what the vendors can do to address many of the complexities of administering this program. I then can get guidance from you as to some of these technical specific issues that have been discussed tonight. And then we can go back with a finished product. I mean, my point is, Councilmember Brewer, I understand your point about getting it done. I truly think we can have a better product by June if indeed we, 1, can talk to the vendors, 2, I can get guidance from you on some of these complex issues, and then 3, I could bring it back. Frankly, I'm shooting in the dark. I'm sitting here getting guidance from you, trying to understand what you want. You're listening to your constituents, and I'm not sure you know what you want.
Well, we have a motion on the
Yeah,
floor.
Does your motion go to a date certain?
To first meeting in June.
Okay.
We have a motion on the floor that this is the time that we implement the parliamentary procedure. And so that was the motion. And I'm looking for a second on that motion. Okay. And now if somebody has an improvement, I would ask them to make a motion here to make that motion to improve it. And then we'll vote on this motion.
And then we can go to the attorney in terms of improvement. The improvement, I think
Yes,
there's a
yeah.
vehicle.
We
for
have
improvement.
another 30 days
Yes.
to work on this.
I would amend the motion so that we have an executive session so we can go through
That's-
line by line before give him a couple of weeks afterwards before that date.
To get to get legal advice on that. Yes, I think that's a good one. I agree with that and amend my motion as such.
And then the insurance issue as well, I think.
Well,
is kind of curious.
Give me guidance in E-session.
Okay.
I can brief you on the liabilities. That's appropriate for E-session. And then we can have a discussion and then we can present a finished polished document for the public to see.
And that is my issue on the insurance is what additional liability does the town take on by requiring it and then having to make sure they have it and all that sort of thing. So, okay, so is that taken care of?
Perfect.
Yeah. Anybody else want to make an amendment? Okay, then we will take a vote. It's not financial. Am I doing okay here, Teresa? Okay, all those in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And we're off for another 30 days. Okay. The next issue is item number 2 is council discussion approval of issuance of contract to Gonzalez Asphalt Incorporated to install, mill, and pave on 26th Street north of Saddle Mountain Road for an amount of up to $168,900 presented by the town engineer. And now I understand why Mr. Besor is in the audience.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, or good evening, Mayor and Council. It was almost morning. Yes, we conducted an award, we conducted a bid. We advertised it and we received 3 bids for the work. And we're recommending Gonzalez Asphalt in the amount of $168,900 per the bids received April 25th, 2023.
Excuse me, may I ask that, excuse me, we're still in session. May I ask that you meet in the hallway? Thank you. Continue.
Okay, well, again, I move that we award the contract to Gonzalez Asphalt in the amount of $168,900 per the bids received on April 25th.
Just for clarification, is this HERF? Is that an arterial that qualifies for HERF? or is
Yes,
this town?
we're planning on using HERF funds as within the tolerances of HERF, and then we would go to general fund if we exceed the HERF money.
Questions from council?
So this is a grind and repave, a mill and repave?
It is a pulverize and repave. The road is in such bad condition that there really is no milling to do. It's just to pulverize, it's mix it with the base, compact it, and then pave over it.
Okay, there is public, if there's nothing else from council questions, then there's public comment on this.
Bill Besar?
There's 2 sides to everything.
We can save the money.
My name is Bill Besor. I live at 2415 East Rockaway Hills Road. I am a Cave Creek resident. And I am thrilled that the council and the engineer have located this road, which is better than what our old fire department could do. The old fire department. Let's just clarify, old fire department. That, the original house on my property burned to the ground. There's an inside joke there. I believe this road was originally paved about 1986, so it didn't quite make 40 years. Chances are pretty good I'm gonna be back 40 years from now if we're having to repave it again, so that's all to your bonus. Tom and I discussed that he will be here. So, there's a good side and a bad side to this that I'm sure you've considered the impact on sales taxes. We won't be buying as many new tires from Big O, and AutoZone's not going to sell us as many shock absorbers. And, the dentists are going to be disappointed they won't be fixing as many broken teeth. However, I've spoken with my neighbors and we're going to double down on what we spend down here in the core at the chip, and we're going to try and make up for it. So you can consider this neutral. Actually, folks, I just want to, again, thank you all for your service. You have earned your money tonight, which since you don't get paid, I guess that's fairly easy bar to hit. But really, I sincerely thank you for what you've done. You've got a hard job, and tonight really illustrated that. And that's all I have to say, other than thank you for hopefully passing this thing.
Thank you, Mr. Soria. Your light is still green. I want to congratulate you on that.
Well, this timer helps. It kind of inspired.
That's why it's there. Any more public comment?
Chantal Hujit.
This will be really brief. I too can appreciate a quality road. Unfortunately, I live on Tally Ho Drive. So while I can appreciate that he needs a quality road and I totally am supportive of his efforts, this is a repave. Tally Ho Drive has no pavement period, and it's going to cater to roughly 23 houses, and there are 20 on Tally Ho. Just food for thought.
Thank you.
No additional speakers.
Having heard that, we're ready for a motion.
Motion to approve issuance of contract to Gonzalez Asphalt Incorporated to install, mill and pave on 26th Street north of Saddle Mountain Road for an amount up to $168,900.
Second.
This is financial. We'll need a roll call.
Councilmember Elkma,
Yes.
Councilmember McGuire,
Yes.
Councilmember Rhodes,
Aye.
Councilmember Augerton,
Aye.
Councilmember Bunch,
Yes.
Mayor Morris.
Aye. We are
Thank you, Mayor and
now,
Council.
yes, you got your money, your approval, I guess. You already have the money. Item number 4 is council discussion and approval of resolution R 2023-09, a resolution of the mayor and town council, town of Cave Creek, Maricopa County, Arizona, approving and authorizing the mayor to execute on behalf of the town that certain intergovernmental agreement between the town of Cave Creek and Maricopa County regarding regional emergency operations management and disaster services. Presented by the town marshal, excuse me.
Mayor, just a note, you skipped item 3.
I'm sorry.
Did you purposely skip item 3? The
Yeah, and you
audience.
said item 4. You can amend that. It is item 3.
Well, he's allowed to do that.
Yes,
I used to
we'll
do it
take
all the
item
time.
4 to cover up my mistake. We'll take item 4 out of turn.
Wasn't a mistake. You were just moving me ahead. I appreciate that. Mayor and Council, with all due respect, requesting approval of resolution R 2023-09, which again is the IGA between Town of Cave Creek and Maricopa County Department of Emergency Management. Typically, it was a 5-year agreement. Now it's moved to a 10-year agreement. I think we all could agree, unfortunately, that we've had to experience the benefits of the IGA with the Maricopa County Department of Emergency Management. I'm just respectfully requesting that you please do go ahead and authorize the new 10-year. As far as financial implications, the IGA this year cost us $1,716.43, but that does vary per year. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you for moving me up.
Questions?
Comment. This one's clearly identified in our 2021 general plan, pages 55 and 56. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, this has public comment.
I have no one wishing to speak on this.
No
item.
one should speak. It's back to council for a motion.
I'll do it. Make a motion to approve resolution R 2023-09, a resolution of the mayor and town council of the town of Cave Creek, Maricopa County, Arizona, approving and authorizing the mayor to execute on behalf of the town that certain intergovernmental agreement between the town of Cave Creek and Maricopa County regarding regional emergency operations management and disaster services.
Second.
Councilmember Rhodes, you had the motion. Any comment?
It's important.
Okay, others?
And this is financial, is it not?
It is.
So, yeah, okay.
It is financial, so we'll have the roll call.
Councilmember Rhodes,
Aye.
Councilmember Augerton,
Aye.
Councilmember Bunch,
Aye.
Councilmember Elkma,
Aye.
Councilmember McGuire,
Aye.
Mayor Morris.
Yes. Item number 3.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Council discussion approval of resolution R 2023-08, a resolution of the mayor and town council, town of Cave Creek, Maricopa County, Arizona, approving and authorizing the establishment of an audit committee. In the book, there is a, on the second page, there's a exhibit A. This was at my behest, coming from a corporate background, always having been the auditee, not the auditor. But there are best practices in audits regarding the structure of those audits, which the town at this time does not comply with. Those best practices are universally employed across the world. And my judgment is it's time for Cave Creek to move in that direction. This isn't specifically directed at anything. It's just the way things are done to run a tight ship. And the exact structure is up for grabs. The council can have as many people as want to be. If everyone wants to be on it, they can do that, as long as we at least have 3. And what this means is that the auditor would work for the council. The council would be responsible if we wanted to change auditors or to put it out for an RFP. The auditor themselves would report to council and to specified members on the audit committee. And so there'd be no confusion about who was running the audit and which organization was being audited. So with that, does the staff have anything they wanted to add to this?
Just a couple things, Mayor. So currently, when we put out an RFP, the staff would put out the RFP, but the council would select the firm. And secondly, the auditor now currently makes the final report to the mayor and council. But in this case, we're adding steps that to initiate the audit, which will occur actually at the next meeting. The auditor will come to the meeting. There will be a brief presentation and the council would have to authorize the mayor to sign the engagement agreement, because that's the one thing that kind of kicks off the audit and gives you then all the opportunity to speak with the auditor. And he plans on coming to the next meeting and kind of giving a brief explanation of what the process is. And that will be on the agenda for your action item. And then we left the duties and responsibilities open enough so it's flexible. You can have at least one meeting, but more meetings as needed with the auditor throughout the process. And he'll go over what his initial work is at the town with the staff. That will occur the end of June. They do sort of a pre-audit gathering of information from the town staff. And then they have the audit scheduled in October. And so he'll go over that date. And that also gives you an opportunity to meet with them before they complete the audit. And then once they're done with the draft, they can meet with you again to go over any findings, that type of thing. And then they finalize the audit, and then that's scheduled for a meeting usually in December for council to accept the audit. So that's sort of the process, but the difference is you'll be able to be much more hands-on and meet with him in a public meeting, or if there's only 3, you can meet and then report back to the whole council. So we've left it flexible for whatever, however you'd like to start initially. If you want to do the whole council appointed, so everything comes to the entire council, so you see what the process is. And then if you want to adjust that to less than a quorum for the future, that gives you the opportunity to do that at that time once you make a decision.
Mr. Chairman. So obviously with 2 and the mayor, that's not a quorum of the council. So the group would be able to meet without posting and so forth, compliance. Is that correct?
I believe that reads a minimum and up to 7 council members. So you could have everyone.
Well, my question is that if the wish of the group is to have the mayor plus 2 council people, would the meeting be public, or would it not necessarily have to be because it's not a quorum?
I know the town attorney will correct me, but if it's a official appointed committee by the mayor and council, there will be an agenda and a public meeting of the subcommittee of the council as an audit committee. So it will be a public meeting with agendas and minutes prepared.
And then if you had the full council, would you have to have a minimum of 4 people in order to conduct business if all 7 were?
Right,
the
you,
committee?
you would have an audit committee agenda probably prior to a regular meeting. So, you meet maybe at 5 o'clock or something and the audit has their meeting, makes a recommendation to the council and then close that meeting and then open the council meeting and the council can vote to do whatever the business is.
Thank you.
I have a question. There are different types of audits. Is this a financial audit or a performance audit or something else?
It's fine. It's strictly financial.
Okay.
Yeah, by an external auditor, yeah, required.
So I think that, I don't think there's any more or less administrative overhead to having 3 versus 7, because you still got to do the same thing. And so if someone doesn't want to be on the committee, I mean, I would, my initial thought was for the first year, something like that. But first audit is to have everybody join in. And after that, we can modify the procedures however we'd like to for efficiency. Other comments or questions? Well, then I will make the motion. Let's make sure I get the right one here. Motion to approve resolution R 2023-08, a resolution of the mayor and town council of town of Cave Creek, Maricopa County, Arizona, approving and authorizing the establishment of an audit committee.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. We are now on.
Mr. Mayor, so just to clarify, at the next meeting now, we'll put the appointments on. You should have a motion to appoint each of you to the committee prior to taking action as the, yeah, I mean, we'll have our initial meeting with the auditor. He'll be here next meeting as well. And then you can take a vote to authorize the mayor to sign the engagement letter. So there'll be 2 actions next meeting.
Thank you, Carrie. Item 5, presentation of updates on programs and projects enhancing community culture. Development Services Director.
If I could just start in general. There have been some conversations with council members about various projects and activities that staff is involved in and working with organizations in the community. And this has come up with a couple of different people like, oh, I didn't know that, or, oh, I'd like to know more about it. And so we decided that we would just brief everything, kind of all one encompassing presentation on a variety of things that we do, that the town is involved in with other organizations in the community for the good of the community. So that's sort of where this came from.
Thank you, Carrie. Mayor, members of council, as Carrie put it, a lot of these things will appear in the monthly report that is given to the town manager and disseminated to council each month. A lot of the things we do really are, if you think of Cave Creek, we're not a full service community. There are a lot of organizations and nonprofits and agencies that really work to provide other services, additional services. You know, the Cave Creek Museum, the Chamber, Desert Foothills Library. I could list them all. I serve on the Community Alliance, the Desert Foothills Community Alliance. That group consists of representatives and leaders from organizations like Kiwanis, the Museum, Sonoran Arts League, Desert Foothills Library, the Chamber, Land Trust, Cave Creek Rodeo, Foothills Food Bank, Holland Center, the Foothills Caring Corps, Stagecoach Village just recently incorporated a nonprofit, and they have a place at the table also, and as well as the school district. A lot of things, you know, it's a mutually beneficial group. We're always looking at, you know, what are upcoming events and general needs across those groups, trying to identify synergy and deepen those partnerships. I put in here a small but tangible result from these meetings is the new sign for the Cave Creek Museum at Cave Creek Road and Basin. We would have never known that they were in need of a new sign and a new location to put that sign without quarantining ourselves in a room once a quarter. So Those types of things are brought up, and they're really opportunities for everyone to work together and get on the same page. It's really a matter of we're all in this together. That's something that my mentor used to preach to us in the planning department. You shoulder the blame, you share the praise. So things like the 30 acres that was recently acquired just adjacent to Spur Cross Ranch Conservation Area. That's a culmination of really 4 years working diligently with Maricopa County Parks and the Land Trust, but really a relationship of 30+ years to get that to come to fruition. The one thing that I did want to emphasize tonight that will be coming to council at the next meeting, May 16th, will be a resolution and lease, a land lease swap with a vacant commercial property owner in the town of Cave Creek for 1 acre. The property is adjacent to Kiwanis. That owner is asking the town to consider swapping land out at Carefree Highway next to the wastewater treatment plant, approximately 5 acres out there, to continue their operations that they already provide the town. So it's a classic example of a public-private partnership that's mutually beneficial. You know, we're always looking for ways to, if you can figure out how to get everyone on the winning side of the ledger, that's the best way to proceed. And you know, the other example is the Foothills Food Bank. They were in need of additional space. They had really outgrown their location in the town core. They were looking at properties along Carefree Highway that they would have to entitle, rezone, purchase, and develop. The town has, once again, ample land next to the wastewater treatment plant that could accommodate them. So we did a lease with them, and in return, they're going to build the town office space in that location. So the public works and utilities are going to get new lab facilities, new office space, and those types of things. So the one thing I kind of led with in my memo to you this evening was really my job is to be equal parts pragmatic and patient, and also pie in the sky to a degree, understanding that patience and a positive attitude gets a lot of things accomplished when you stay the course, and just identifying the important partnerships and working together is always paramount in what the town should do, what I do personally. So those are just really the highlights of my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Questions, Councilmember Blair?
May I make a comment?
You may.
Luke has a long history in Cave Creek of the kind of partnerships that he's talking about. And I want to compliment Luke for the work he's done on this. It has not always been easy, and his contribution to the town is greatly appreciated by me, and I'm sure the other 6 council members.
I have a comment as well. And I really, really want to compliment you on the fine list of efforts that you've shared here in this report. And then, so this is kind of stuff that's happened. And I hope that in the future, we can kind of hear where you're going with this. You described the job description a little bit of fingers in a lot of things. And I think that's a really great connection for the town and the sort of non-NGOs around here that make the town what it is. So it'd be instructive, I think, for us on this DS to kind of hear what you're imagining as it all moves forward. What should we be looking for, and what can we hear from you about that? Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Hearing none, this is public comment.
David Phelps.
Great night of debate. I'm here to register my non-support for the public-private parking lot that the town wants to negotiate a lease on. One thing we've learned over the history of the town is there's some things that we don't do well. One is long-term negotiated contracts. I would imagine if somebody's going to come in and take land out of the market for commercial use and turn it into a parking lot, that they would want a long-term commitment for that. If you're going to try this, please let the other elements of parking that the town is working with, the business owners, be developed first. If then we need this land lease for even more parking to get to 200 parking spaces, which I think is nuts. Then let's look at a shorter term lease, one that we can measure with management indicators. I'm really concerned about how the town would run this parking lot, wherein I could see events happening in a parking lot scenario, improvements needing to happen and events happening in the parking lot scenario, that we would say, I didn't realize that was going to happen in that parking lot at 2 o'clock in the morning. Dang, now somebody's got to go clean up that mess. And I just don't think we should be the owners. The town should not be the owners or leaseors of land that accommodates parking for business owners who in a free market society should be negotiating their own parking for their own business. And I realize that we have some people that regardless of how many do not park here signs are installed, that there is parallel parking in front of some of the business owners on Cave Creek Road. And it's rampant. It's like uncontrolled. And I think it goes back to our unwillingness to enforce laws, rules, and ordinances. And as long as we're going to be in the mode of not enforcing with ticketing and towing, we're going to have that behavior. So building a parking lot more than 13 feet from the front door of the establishment that they want to go to is probably not going to be the best use of the town's resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
No additional speakers.
So it's been a really wild night tonight. David Phelps and I have agreed on quite a few issues over there, but we disagree on this one. I find that this could be a really great idea. I think that parking in town is going to help for safety, because when I drive home, I purposely drive through town when I drive home at night because I like to see everybody out, because I don't go out. So it's just fun for me. But I see how they park, and I think this would be a great idea. And I think that helping the businesses helps us because it helps their tax revenue. So I'm all for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
No additional speakers.
No additional speakers. There's no vote on this, so thank you, Mr. Kautzman. Oh, you have more?
No, next item. Let's.
Oh, you're on the next item too.
okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I thought
He's
you were
still-
refusing to leave. I was about to get the marshal over there.
I'll throw myself.
Now I've lost my place.
Sorry, Mayor.
Overview presentation status of the annexation agreements between the town and Arizona State Land Department, ASLD.
Mayor, we've had a lot of misinformation and just general questions and people stating different things. And we thought for clarity and kind of get back to the legalities of what actions the town has taken and what they actually mean, that it would be good to have a presentation and discussion in public on this issue.
Thank you, Carrie. Mayor, members of council, yes, this has an agreement and a process that culminated almost 15 years ago So, you know, a lot of us lived through that as staff. So I can understand that the general public may not be familiar with all of these. So I appreciate the time to come and brief you and discuss what transpired back in 2008, 2009 with the annexation of 3 separate areas affectionately referred to as Rogers Wash, which is at the northwest corner of town, Willow Springs, which is the kind of in the northeast, just below Spur Cross Ranch, and then Apache Wash, which is kind of our midpoint western boundary there. In order to effectuate those agreements, the town worked with the state land department to rezone portions of state land that were previously in the town of Cave Creek. We worked out essentially a density transfer, moving the value of the 4,000 plus acres of open space to a commercial area down on Carefree Highway between 28th Street alignment and 33rd Street alignment in order to consummate that deal with the state trust land. Some rumors I've heard or been informed of. Some people felt that if the town didn't proceed with purchasing the open space, that the lands would de-annex, and it would essentially be a default de-annex. They go back to the original zoning. That's not true. The other is if the town doesn't purchase them, then the zoning would revert. There would be reversionary zoning. That's not true as well. Trying to think. There's also been discussion about what utilities that the town would be required to service them. Really, they're beholden to what the town code is now. And the agreements actually specify that should the town not have the available water resources in its portfolio to provide service, then any development of those state lands would be required to bring their own water resources to the table to effectuate development.
Did I understand that right? That we don't have to provide water, they'd have to bring their water.
If we don't have it, right?
Yes.
Yes.
You have to treat them the way you treat other property.
Correct.
Because they're in town.
Right.
It's a first come for lack of a better word, first come, first serve.
Does any water come with the state land?
I'm not aware of any cause being a certificate of assured water supply. I'm not sure of any being tied to those lands at the moment. I
Could
could
we
find
check
out.
on that?
Yeah, I could find out. So really what the agreement specified in 20 years, the town could purchase those lands of open space within 20 years. Really what that did in the agreement was give the town the first right of refusal to either come to the, approach the state land department and say, we're ready to buy these open space. And we would be given priority to effectuate the purchase and acquisition of those lands. If 20 acres comes to pass and we haven't, we've just removed ourselves from being the first right of refusal is the only thing that changes. And potentially a developer could, if you're looking at the map, Rogers Wash is a good example. There is the lion's share of residential space up there. It would likely behoove a developer at 10, 15, 20 years when these lands were deemed ripe for sale by the state land, because if you understand the state land departments, their primary goal is to sell these lands when they're at their most valuable, because that's what funds public education in the state of Arizona. So they have a whole, ripeness test on when lands are appropriate to be auctioned. But getting back to my example is a developer, it would really benefit them to purchase the open space along with the residential zone property to meet the town's requirements for an ordinance to provide open space, because the subdivision ordinance requires that you provide open space and undisturbed development. So it's something that in the future would be just as beneficial for us to work with the state land department as they're going through those auction considerations to make sure that those open space portions are included in that as well. And that's, I think there was another concern about access Access is, if you look at 45800 North, which is the last street number, it's kind of difficult to see there. It's in blue on the left side of the map. That is Jenny Lynn alignment in county. Just below that, the next section line is Circle Mountain Road alignment, and the one before that is Honda Bow. Those are the only 3 points of access to that state land on the upper west side there, the Rogers Wash area. And that was all, once again, disclosed way back in 2008 when we went through this process, because we had to show that they weren't landlocked. So I don't know, I think the rumor was to the east via an alignment from the east, but if you're familiar with the big blue flood zone that runs north from Spurcross all the way out of our town, that's Cave Creek Wash. So that would not be a reliable east-west connection. Not answer any questions that council may have.
We'll get that in writing.
Yeah, that occurred to me.
But it would take right-of-way dedication. It would take a lot of things. A lot of things.
It's been flirted with a number of times, and I want to be able to quote you often.
Anytime you wish.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember McGuire.
Yes, if land adjacent to what we believe should be open space is sold, would the buyer be committed to buy all of the land that we have rezoned?
Briefly in my report, that's what I alluded to, is keeping an ongoing communication with the state trust land, state land department, to make sure that that is something that's considered, because it's value for a potential developer to bring the open space, just as it is, I mean, obviously valuable for the town to have that. And so once again, it's not necessarily something that the town would have to purchase, but would essentially come with any development that comes in.
Yeah, maybe my question wasn't clear. If a developer comes in and buys land that is adjacent to what we have zoned as open space, would that developer be required to purchase the whole parcel of land that has been zoned open space?
It would be up to the state land department.
Okay.
To identify what area or what tract of land will be auctioned. And that's back to my point of making sure that we continue an ongoing dialogue with the state land department to make sure as they're kind of portioning out those areas for auction at some point in the future, that is included.
Thank you.
Yep.
So we could have some open space owned by the state land department in perpetuity. If it wasn't purchased as a part of a subdivision, it couldn't be developed. And so the state land department would have land that they would own open space in the town of Cave Creek.
The state land could always petition the town to rezone it to something else. But no, I think
But you're raising a good point, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
What Luke is saying is status quo, state land, we'll keep it. If, however, they are now auctioning developable property, Luke talks to them and say, because you have a transfer of development right ordinance, they induce the state land department to add the open space to the development to get the developer to buy both, because that enhances the value of the commercial, the residential under your what I call your TDR ordinance.
Are you aware of any plans for the state land department to sell any of the land that's part of this?
No, sir.
If we asked the state land department what their interpretation is, you think they would have the same as yours?
I do, because there's nothing in the agreement that states otherwise. I mean, the governor signed it, the state land commissioner signed it. Maybe the treasurer didn't like it at the time. I don't think the treasurer liked it very much, but everyone else supported it, and they supported the zoning. It was really a landmark. I mean, Councilman Bunch was here. I mean, it was a landmark, and Tom, it was really a landmark deal for the state, and other communities, I believe, have tried to do it since. I don't know if any has been as successful as the town was, and really half of the open space left in town is zoned open space.
Can we check just to make sure that the state land department has the same understanding that we do, particularly since this expires in 2028?
It doesn't expire. Our ability to be the first in line to purchase the open space expires after the 20-year period, but the agreements don't get crumpled up and shredded and thrown away. The agreements are correct.
You decide to rezone.
That is correct.
I'd just like to check with the state land. Having this legislature, I don't trust them. Nothing personal.
I suspect that the legislator could, could the legislature change or pass a law to require,
Make you rezone?
or make it rezone? They could not?
Can't make you rezone. This is you, that's what you're elected for. They're in your jurisdiction.
That's
right. They can't.
They agreed to be annexed in
Yes.
under these conditions.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Just please double check with the
Yes, sir.
state land department.
It-
Where-
it- yeah, I'm sorry.
Where is Cahaba Ranch on this map? Because I've gotten several phone calls over the last week about Cahaba Ranch and development, and the bridge is coming on Morningstar.
It wasn't in the CIP, so I don't think that's accurate. The
Up and left.
Keep going, jump.
The roads are shown on. Cahaba. Yes.
In the middle of that circle.
Right.
talking about Cahaba Springs or Cahaba Ranch Road.
I'm sorry, Cahaba Springs and,
Cahaba
Yeah.
Springs is over
yeah,
there.
okay,
I was trying to find Cahaba Ranch Road.
sorry about that. I've had several people ask about that, and I keep on assuring them, we're not building a roadway over Morningstar. We're not building we're not building a bridge over Cahaba Ranch Road.
Cave Creek does have zombies. There's zombie allegations and questions that keep coming up.
Well, I've had
Like
people
Morningstar.
that, yeah, I mean, the election deniers are one cup, but the annexation deniers that I've come across in the last 10 years are something completely different. Telling me our map's wrong.
If we were to give me some kind of estimate on what that 4,000 acres is worth, if it were sold privately.
Does put this on the record too? Okay, so we did pursue an appraisal of the open space, and it came back at $400 an acre. So for 4,000, yeah, it was about 1.6 million.
That's
And the
19th
state
century.
land department, when they were done giggling, said, no, we would get our own appraisal at some point, that we decided to auction the open space.
So we don't know.
We don't
And
know.
maybe
I can
they'll-
tell you in 2008, the appraiser we used was actually from their pre-approved list. And they didn't like his evaluation of the lands.
Was it because he lived here? At $100,000 an acre, that's $400 million. It's a bit out of our price range, but.
That would be.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, the utility director telepathically sent me a message on my phone that there is no certificate of assured water supply for the state land. It's not attached to the land, but the state land department has an allocation of water. But in order to get that water, that would be a negotiation between whoever's purchasing the land and the state land department. So
I see.
it wouldn't involve us.
And if someone were to buy that land, it's zoned open space. So it doesn't make any difference.
Unless you tie it to development, that's where Luke was going.
Mhm.
Tie it to development, then it creates value.
So they could, though, a developer could buy the water from the state, correct?
From the state.
And the thing, if the open space remains in the state's hands, there are issues that, as far as access, having the open space available for recreation or other expressed intent would be difficult. That's the other wrinkle of having it acquired by a developer at the time that they're coming through for a plat, is that they would dedicate indeed trails and easements to those lands for the public good and benefit is the other thing to consider.
Are there more questions from council?
I have a comment and maybe a question too. So what you're talking about here is really critical to the town and its future. I mean, this is a big deal to us open space people. And who else has this wealth of knowledge that you do, Luke? Or where are those records kept? Or do we have that all in writing? Help me out here.
Yes, the banker's boxes are
The town clerk-
teeming.
We have a town clerk.
Right.
One of her principal jobs is to maintain all of our public records with the town of Cave Creek. These are permanent records. They were adopted by ordinances and resolutions between the agreements and the actual annexation. And she has access to all of these public records. And the ordinances and resolutions are online on our website. You can get access to them anytime, 24/7.
And she's awesome. But I'm wondering about the detail. I mean, we're hearing a lot of detail.
The
here.
annexation agreements
It's all
are
there.
available.
Okay.
Yes, all of it is public record.
Great.
You can go online and read it up.
If they're not, they're from, this is an informational item. So if there is anyone in the audience who wants to comment or to ask a question about this or online, Brian, so.
Mayor, we do have public comment.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But I remember that is where I'm going to loosen the rules a little bit. It's not 3 minutes. So we'll allow general clarification questions on this. So just Janet, would you step up, please? We'll make Bill wait.
Ladies before.
He's getting a new road, so he's had his tonight.
So I was very, very much interested in preserving this land. We were so excited after Spur Cross was saved, and so I was around in a lot of the meetings. I was in part of the preservation group. We met sometimes, and then we might go a year and then we'd meet again. But so I will tell you my personal opinion from the years of the experience and sitting in meetings. I believe that the state land department can change that zoning if we don't have control over it. And I believe, because I am very up on political things, that a governor can come in and his friend could be a developer and he could say, I want that land. And they're going to put it up for auction and they're going to change that zoning and it's going to be gone. I believe it's really worth saving. What Luke said about having the developer purchase the land, that was actually one of the things that I thought of doing too, was when it does get auctioned, the part that's not on preservation is have them purchase that land. And then that makes that land more developable, more profitable for them when they develop it, because they can sell the open space for the houses that it backs up to. So that's just a great idea, I think. But I would be very careful to think that we can just have that land there and state land department's not going to change it, because it's all about money and it's all about friends. And it's, oh, and the other thing too, with Usama, when Usama was town manager, that whole sewer line, that was part of the agreement. He put that sewer in because that was part of the agreement with the state land department, that they had to have water and sewer over there. So that was done as a part, I believe, as a part of the state land. So there were a lot of things that the town did that cost money that really the state land owes us for that. But again, state trumps town and they hold power. Thank you.
Which brings a question. Is there anything we can do with our zoning or other issues or codes or that would help preserve the situation that you've described? For example, the amount of open space that a subdivision is required to purchase, so that would match closely with the amount of state land that could be auctioned off, so that at some point state land department would be out and that land would be dedicated to open space through a private party, private subdivision. No, no's an answer.
Well, so just approximately, there's 8,000 acres of state trust land. 4,000 is zoned open space recreation or open space conservation. And then the other is split up between DR 43, DR 70, DR 190. Well, I don't know why I'm going off of memory. You've got it on the map there in front of you, a breakdown of those lands.
Well, you don't have to think now, but just to keep in mind, I think that if there's anything we can do to reduce the chances of the situation that Ms. Moore has described, we ought to think about doing that. Bill.
Yeah.
So the only way, if truly we have the governor and the legislature wanting to give state land the ability to enhance the value of the property, the way they could accomplish the rezoning they would have to de-annex.
Right.
And they would have to change the statute to allow de-annexation, which they could do. But then the question is that property more developable when it's in the county? I suspect not. Then it's when it's in the town. So the goal is to take Luke's advice, figure out a way to convince state land that they can make money by tying up open space with development property to create value on the developed property. That's what you could do under your TDR ordinance.
Thank
you. When the cap allocations were being handed out, the state land trust got 100,000 acre feet that was to be used to supplement the value of these public lands. They have been pretty tight with that and have not handed that out. There is another annexation agreement that you should look at, which was the pre-annexation agreement for Cahaba when that area got annexed in, because that deal had to be cut with the state land department as well. And there are a number of requirements in that should really be looked at in context of this group of annexation agreements. And I'll kind of, I don't want to throw a bomb or anything, but there are issues there that talk about providing infrastructure for transportation, for as much as 5 sections north of Cahaba. Now, fortunately, most of that, a good part of that got bought when we got Spur Cross, but there's one more annexation agreement that's worth looking at. Are you familiar with
Luke,
that?
do you
Luke,
comment on that?
Are you were discussing the pre-annexation agreement with Cahaba Springs?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
I've-
absolutely.
It's an interesting thing to read.
It is
There's a
very
lot of
interesting.
fiction back then. By the way, speaking of water from my area, in that agreement, it actually talks about bringing the water line in from the east directly at about the Rockaway Hills alignment.
I'm not sure we thank you for that information.
Sorry.
We strike that from the record.
David, did you want to say something?
Yes. So very important, appreciate the opportunity to speak and to have this kind of night where we can just kind of air our comments and suspicions on this. I believe the state land department still has the major control over this. Until you own that land, it's theirs to dispose of, for them to get the highest value return they can for the trust. I think Janet was right about that issue. And I'm not saying that we don't have zoning on it. I'm just saying that they actually have preemption to zoning within their legislative authority. And that could come back to bite us later. You know that every meeting that we talk about the budget, I ask you to put money in the preservation budget. This is going to take a bazooka. And since 2017, we've been spending money, but we haven't been saving money. This is why you needed to save your money. Because one day we're going to come along and we're not going to have all the money. But maybe if we save hard and quit buying parking lots and horse trailer turnarounds and everything else that everybody can dream of, we can save enough money for a down payment on this 4,000 acres. The town does not have to provide water. In the April 5, 2005 pre-annexation agreement with Cahaba Springs, the town of Cave Creek, and the State Land Department, which was signed oddly enough by everybody but our mayor until after the meeting, in which it was approved. The town is on the hook to provide water and sewer. If the town buys the water company, so goes, and this was kind of butchering up the way it's stated, but if the town buys the water company, he talked about the fact that the town was in negotiations to purchase a water company. If the town purchased the water company, then it's a real easy logic gate. If you do this, then the town will have the obligation to provide water to the state trust lands within 7 miles of the town boundary, period. That's a pretty big commitment for a little town that didn't own a water company and needed to move its sewer, or so we thought. So I've been following this roller coaster ride, as you guys know, for a long time. And I came into the meeting after they approved that pre-annexation agreement, that development agreement. And I said, you guys don't know whether you just spent $10 million or $10. And we've spent tens of millions of dollars. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, part of that annexation, that pre-annexation agreement was our commitment to build this infrastructure that when, that state land does develop, we're ready to serve it. So I find it very interesting that now all of a sudden we're going to be able to come back and say, oh yeah, remember what we did to Carefree on their corner? Now we're going to tell you, you got to go find your own water too. And we know how that ended. You don't want to tell somebody that you've told you're going to provide water. We changed the rules and you got to go get your own water. So I would say that's going to be our obligation, is to know where and when to help them find their water. And maybe because we have the system to transport it, maybe we have something to negotiate with a little further in just not providing the water, but getting the water as it becomes available. I don't think there's any water that we could afford today within the CAP system that's for sale that we would want to actually go buy, hoping the State Land Department would actually build over there. So I don't know how we get that water, but so that's a big part of this long-term commitment we've been involved with.
Kerry, I think we ought to understand what those liabilities are in the pre-annexation agreement.
Yeah.
That's a.
And Bill and I've had conversations where Bill
The
said, that
outline
doesn't really
form.
mean anything. I'm like, what? How can it not mean something? It's with the State Land Department. It's with
Yeah.
the biggest giant in the state of Arizona. They own more land than anybody else. They're the largest developer in the state.
Yeah, what I'm worried about is what we've agreed to do, the liabilities that we have with regard to that contract.
Again, during the general plan discussion, I asked our consultant, where's that other agreement? He never got back to me. I don't know why we don't want to have, along with the agreements that we have listed, this other agreement. It's not going away. It doesn't have an expiration date. It's very clear in this pre-annexation agreement that is with Cahaba, State Land Department, and the town obligations. I really wish we could dissolve what we did in 2017 to save the water company's budget and stop using spur cross sales tax to continue to do the CapEx for the water company. I know we have to do it this year. It's already baked in, but I really wish you guys would get back to doing something more along the lines of what that spur cross sales tax money should be doing, which is building the bazooka. We're going to need our own arsenal to buy land. And if we don't, there's 120 acres of CB over there, and we now know that that's our Achilles heel of zoning, wherein there is no, the only thing that stops the maximum amount of units in CB if they use it for multifamily is height, I think, parking, storm retention. So it gets kind of ugly if we don't do something about it.
Thank you, David.
Thank you guys for your patience.
We're going to have to take one more, then we're going to take a break, whether we.
David Smith has been waiting.
I got to take a break.
Pardon?
Oh, I need a break.
Okay, don't explain. I don't want to
The
tell.
next one.
Okay.
Going to do the official stuff rather than the David Phelps 7-minute discussion. Which, you know, I have to say this, when you started out the meeting, you said there isn't going to be any of all the stuff that went on all through this meeting. Now, sidebar conversations with the council, conversations with people out here. Oh, you know, I can't say.
Good evening, David. Nice to see you here.
Boy, can't say I'm glad to be off the council, but maybe I am. I can't take this anymore. Okay. Wait a minute. Am I started yet? I hope not.
Your time's up, David.
I'm David Smith. I'm a Cave Creek resident. And I do have something to say, and I think that some of the stuff that you've heard before may not be 100% accurate. I've read this. This is the official document again and again and again. And it is obvious that from the very get-go, the state land department was in charge. They are the owner. They are the one that sell the property. The only real power that the town of Cave Creek has is that for 20 years, there will be a designation of open space on about 4,000 acres. There will be a change in the designation for other spaces for quite a few acres, including about 2,000 commercial. So, but the thing is, after 20 years, the commitment really does run out, because if you look at this, it says with 20 years from the rezoning adoption date, this will automatically terminate. And then it goes on to say, the owner rezone such portions in order they may be sold for development for uses other than open space recreation is not precluded. I think that's pretty straightforward. It means that if the 20 years runs out, the state land department can do any damn thing they want. Relative to water, this is very explicit, and to me, it subsumes anything else that's out there. One thing here, though, is that it only talks about water. It doesn't talk about infrastructure other than the lines. And that the land department will have a development agreement with any developer. And out of the development agreement with the developer, certain monies would be made available to take care of infrastructure. Hey, I have no idea exactly what that means. But the good thing about this went into effect 15 years ago. Nothing's happened. Nothing's happened to the open space. It's still there, just as open as it was before. And if you take a look at the assessor's report that was done, it very explicitly says that out of all of the space, 12% of it is usable. I don't know. I went up there hiking by mistake once. It's a terrible place to hike. Well, Tom knows. It is a tough place to hike. As many people have said, it's like this. it's not really that bad, but it's vertical enough so that simple development is not something that can be done. There's a lot of other things that need to be considered in this. And, you know, oh, one fun thing I like this. If something does happen now to develop, and it's going to be within the town of Cave Creek, any ordinances that have been passed since 2008 are not relevant. It's only what goes back to 2008 that is relevant as far as standards and everything else like that. Yeah, I never got to use this thing, did I? I'm done. I wanted to be involved in doing stuff on this. As far as I'm concerned, this can be my involvement. I just want to bring your attention to the fact that there's an awful lot more to this than a simple, quick scanning of the document can give you. Thank you.
Can our attorney respond
Is there a
to
response?
the nature of the agreement?
Thank you.
So what?
Can you respond to the nature of the
I know what you're
agreement?
talking about.
Okay.
If indeed the legislature wants to change Title IX and preempt your ability to zone, they can do that. They can do that. There's nothing you can do to prevent it.
Does it have an expiration date on it?
With the-
Well,
with
20
about-
years.
if This does vest, any developer, when you do a pre-annexation and development agreement, you vest the laws that are in effect when you rezone. I mean, this statute says the owner may sell such portions in compliance with all applicable laws. Now, I can tell you, if the political forces gang up against you, then they could change the law. But they would have to, in effect, say that you, this council, can't rezone, have to rezone the property. And right now, you have been elected to zone that property. No one else can zone that property. Unless they be annexed, and they could by changing the laws to permit the annexation.
Can we take a? Yeah, we're gonna, how long is the budget going to be?
The plan is to just go through the changes we made based on the discussion April 13th, and that's it.
Okay.
And we do have a couple public comments.
Okay, well, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We're gonna come back, finish this up and hopefully get through that and conclude. So let's be back at 17 minutes after 9. Janet Moore?
I just wanted to add, since we're fact finding, one of the things that we found was that because the governor's office changes so often, every 2 years, there's an election, it seems. And so nobody wants to do anything. So that's one of the problems that came across. They didn't know if they were going to be in office and then the other, there was one more too. For the appraisal, because the state land department has to sell for highest and best use, they have to have that appraisal ahead of time and know what to put it out for. So you can't go and say you want to buy it unless you have the money ahead of time. You don't know what the money's going to be. So it makes it tougher. You need to make sure you have a lot of money so that you can cover whatever that fee is going to be when they put it up for sale, because they do have to auction off for everybody. But however, since it's within the 20-year period, then it would be preserved. And so nobody else would want to go for it, is the thinking. But you just have to make sure you have that money ahead of time.
Luke, would we know if the state land department went out and got an appraisal? Or would they tell us?
In appraisal, no, but if they were interested in beginning to get to a point at where they would release it for auction, we would be informed, yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, let's move on to the budget then.
Apparently Mitzi has changed her name. You can turn that plaque around if you want. Well done.
He did. Tom left.
Okay, you can announce item 7?
Continue.
Item 7, the presentation. This is our third presentation to council regarding the draft 2024 budget. We're going to just go over the highlights of the discussion from the April 13th session and what we have included in the budget. This is the last work session. The next meeting, and we'll talk a little bit about this later, it will be on Tuesday, May 16th. That meeting was moved one day. But it's important that if there's something that you don't see in the budget that you want in the budget, today is the day. On Tuesday, the 16th, the action is to approve the tentative budget, which caps the budget. So if there's something that's going to increase the cap of the overall budget, we should try to include that today. So by the time we get there, we have that. Then we're on a really, really tight timeline for public hearing notices and publications, et cetera. So it makes it really difficult to approve the tentative budget and then try to make some changes. We have to get it done like the next day. So anything you want in there, today is the day. Okay, Mitzi's going to start with just got kind of a PowerPoint there you should see on your screen. We'll cover the general fund changes, go into some specifics, and then we're going to end with a summary of the budget.
So I do have a comment on page 12, or it says page 121 of 255, where it says governance for the strategic plan goals. We never agreed to a 25% staff increase. We just agreed to correctly, size the staff, because we did have a discussion about that. Also, in item number 4, the enhanced teamwork and collaboration. When we talked about training funds and things like that, we were talking about making sure that the people that are on the planning commission get APA certified. They go through the 2-week planning course, that people that work on our staff go through the more detailed 6-week course. So it really was tied to work-related things, a little bit less on the managing conflict and organizing performance. That's stuff that you need to do within the town staff, but that's not stuff that we need to do on the council.
Mr. Mayor, council member, we know this is in draft form and we've identified on some page that it's draft. I don't remember what page it is. No, the strategic plan.
Oh,
There's a note in here that said draft somewhere. I don't remember where it is in what page it is. But we've marked it draft as that. This is required for GFOA to put a strategic plan in there, and we marked that draft, saying that this would be finalized. The document itself will need to come back to council, and you will need to finalize that. But we do need to move forward with the budget. So if you would like to have a special session to finalize that before the adoption of the budget, we could squeeze that in, but it is required to be included. And so therefore pardon me?
To finalize what?
Strategic plan. The strategic plan is required to be in the budget, and we included the draft strategic plan and marked it draft, so that we meet the GFOA requirements.
Finalizing that strategic plan is a big task.
Yeah, I
because
know.
We have not prioritized,
That's right.
And our goal was to prioritize from the strategic plan to build the budget.
Well, financially, we've done that. Council has agreed so far what you would like in the budget in terms of the priority projects. And we're going to go through the remaining projects that you've added to the budget. And that then is reflected in the department budgets, and that funding is there for those projects to get done.
Well, I think it's important to finalize the strategic plan
It
but
is.
it can't hold the budget up.
That's correct.
And I don't think we can get that done the next.
Right. And I don't think that harms the budget process other than it's marked draft and will be in there. And we could put a draft across every single page of the strategic plan in here if we want to, but it still needs to be included as part of the requirements for GFOA.
We'll need to schedule a session to finalize that strategic plan and
that is the plan,
prioritize what
yes.
we're going to do.
Right. But in terms of the finances for the projects that the council want to, the expense for the projects and the priority of the projects, that's in the budget. There are other things in the strategic plan that aren't necessarily specific funding for capital projects, et cetera, in there.
Okay.
So I'm going to start by running through the budget changes that we had from our last April 13th working session. On page 144 of your council packet, page 35 of the budget, we added a note at the bottom of the general fund summary detailing the breakout of local taxes and local fees between operating and one-time construction revenue. That note says 800,000 of construction sales tax, 300,000 of building permit fee revenues, and 5% of state sales taxes included in operating revenues, with the remainder shown in one-time construction-related revenue. Total operating revenue plus one-time construction-related revenue agrees to the total general fund revenues on the general fund revenue table.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The next item we added, it can be found actually on page 151 of your council packet. And we added financial viability, the financial viability strategic goal to the legal services goals and objectives.
So there's a change on page 146 of 255. In the town manager's budget, it says compensation pay. There was an additional 63,450 that we hadn't seen before. Where did that come from?
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you refer me back to?
It's
the
on page 146 of 255. In town manager personnel, you go down to, it says compensation pay, just before it says total personnel. There's a,
Mayor, council member, that was presented on April 13th. That was the 2.5% that you requested to be set aside in terms of compensation to retain of the
could
six.
we put that as a note on the bottom? Because right now it makes it looks like it's attached to your pay. Because this is a town manager, correct?
Right, it's under the town manager's department, but it's not for the,
If you could just put a note though, to differentiate that it's, because it gives people the false impression that you're gonna get all that money. And I've already had some phone calls on that.
I'm gonna ask a question. The financial viability strategic goal to legal services goals and objectives. I'm not familiar with that item.
that was a request at the last meeting, April 13th, by the vice mayor to, the language didn't change. It was adding the goal as part of the overall legal.
Why would legal have anything to do with that?
Because of the litigation and the costs and things like that.
Okay. The next item is on page 155 of your council packet for development services. And it moved $5,000 in the 2024 proposed budget in the development services advertising budget line to development services economic development division under marketing and promotion. On the same page, We also added $200,000 to Development Services Trails Division in capital improvements for the town core pathways. Page 157 of your,
I'm looking at the mayor. I'm looking at you. You had a frown on you, but I want to make sure
No,
that.
that's my natural look.
Okay.
Sorry.
If you had any questions on the pathways.
Well, I presume that's to fix
That's
the
for
east
the-
end of town. And so
that's
that it's safe
correct.
To walk on the roads. Yeah.
Yes, the safety for pedestrians,
Excellent.
yes.
right? And on page 157 of your council packet is it details out in the capital expenditures by project box, the town core pathways at the 200,000.
Each of these capital projects that we've added to the budget, not only is the number in there, it's been added to the CIP. So you see the breakdown in the CIP, but it'll also be in the total CIP that needs to be included at the back of the entire budget as part of the budget itself.
Point of order. Could you tell us what number page you're on in the budget while you're telling them?
For the council packet?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, so on page 167 of the council packet or page 58 of the budget, in the first sentence of the department description, we changed citizens to representatives on the town council department goals and objectives.
And on the, okay. Public safety is where page is at.
That's page 161.
On page 161 is the public safety law enforcement budget. The professional services is the contract with MCSO. And as I mentioned earlier at tonight's meeting, we did not change that number to add any additional traffic enforcement expenses after clarifying the current contract the town has with MCSO through their administration. And they're providing traffic enforcement services per the contract now.
Well, I think we need to be very careful that they're providing effective, cost-effective enforcement, not just sitting there not writing tickets because of what Joe Arpaio did 20 years ago.
Well,
That- and
we
that-
have
that's-
hours dedicated to the town for traffic enforcement per the contract that we weren't getting is sort of.
Oh, we
is my-
weren't getting it at all?
We weren't getting the dedicated hours that were spelled out in the contract assigned to the town on a weekly basis, which we now have clarified, and that's been made clear from downtown to the staff here. So from there, we'll go with the reporting and targeting the areas where we have the most complaints and use our data to pass on to MCSO where we have sort of pinpoint the problem areas. And let them know.
I'll look with great interest at the number of tickets given out when that report comes out.
We will be looking as well.
Hopefully it's not me.
It's page
Some stuff
170.
Before the corner of Spur Cross and Cave Creek Road, so I was happy. It wasn't me.
That was, that's my wife's more likely to me.
Let me get to the page. Okay, on page 170 of your packet, that's page 61 of the budget. We added $365,000 to Public Works Road in 2024 proposed budget for landscape of medians. That number, the breakdown of that number is for design and then a portion of it for construction. Staff reached out to 3 firms for verbal discussion to have a ballpark figure. The 2 of the firms have done work with the town in the past, and one is outside of the town, but they do a lot of median work. All of the quotes were within $10,000 separately, not discussed together or anything. These were phone call. This is what we have. Here's our median. You can look on, the maps and see how many linear feet. So of the three firms, the design work came in between 65 and 75,000. So we budgeted $65,000 for the design. The construction costs ran from $500,000 to $600,000 for the construction. The timeline for all three firms, they came back with generally the same timeline, 10 to 12 months for construction time once the design is confirmed and approved and they get the go-ahead to go on with construction. So we budgeted $300,000 for this fiscal year. So, because we think in the timeline, that's all we're going to get done. The process for the design, we have to put out proposals to the firms respond, we go through a process to select a firm. And then, it goes back out to them. The council has to approve that because it's more than $25,000. So you build in that time and then they go do their design. And most likely the design is going to include some stakeholder meetings and gather information, come back for design approval by the council. That takes time. And by the time that's awarded, then we go out with the bid for the construction. There's a 30-day time period minimum that we put that out. Then those that are going to bid on that, they come back and then there's an award process. Again, it comes back to council and you have to approve that. So that's where we came up with the numbers, and that is where we came up with the timeline and the estimated $300,000 for construction only, because the timeline isn't going to allow 10 to 12 months for construction in this fiscal year. And so we added an additional $300,000 for year 2 in the capital improvements. The capital improvement budget has $300,000 in year 1 and year 2 as a ballpark figure. And we can adjust that as soon as we have the bids for next year.
Yeah, I look forward to discussions once we realize how expensive this is. This is a good discussion on the part of council, but it needs to be in the budget.
The next item is a change in the enterprise fund specifically for Cave Creek Water. We're requesting a transfer of $837,320 for the fiscal year 23-24 proposed budget from the Water Infrastructure Fund. The total SLFRF monies of $1,949,777 were budgeted and reappropriated in fiscal year 2024 for the Phoenix Interconnect project construction. The ending fund balance in Cave Creek Water System is in the black, $499,221. But also has the WIFA debt reserve requirement of $1,336,541. This transfer requested from the Water Infrastructure Fund for the $837,320 is necessary to cover Cave Creek Water's WIFA debt service reserve requirement. And detailed on the next page that you can see on your screen. This is also shown on the bottom of your council packet, page 196 or page 87 in the budget. This shows the ending fund balance of Cave Creek Water of the $499,221 and the WIFA reserve requirement of the $1,336,000. And it's showing that the fund balance there is the negative $837,320. The next slide
slots the transfer in there on that first line highlighted in yellow of the 837, 320, which balances the Cave Creek Water Fund.
If I could clarify that state and local fiscal recovery fund, SLFRF, funds that were moved from this fiscal year to next fiscal year. Tied to that, according to our auditors, because we have all this federal money that we will be using towards the project, we continued it because we aren't using it for the Phoenix Interconnect construction this year, but we'll use it next year. But it also requires a single audit. Every time you use federal funds over a certain dollar amount, it triggers a single audit. And in meeting with the auditors, there's a policy. They changed the rules in 2017, and we have not used any federal funding since before 2017. So the new rules say that you have to have a policy in place that basically states what the federal funding procurement process is. So we have that put together, and that's coming to the council at the next council meeting on the 16th for your approval. Basically, it's recounting exactly what the process is, but they want us to have it on our books so that everyone's clear. And that's one of the requirements for the single audit. So next year, when we do the construction, we'll have that policy in place as well. So when we do the single audit, not only do we tick off all of the procurement process that we're required, we have to have the policy there to say we know that we have to follow this procurement process. So that's all tied to that money. And we'll have a single audit on those funds. The Water Smart funds are federal. We've got a $2.5 million grant that we're going to get from one of the elected officials at the federal government. We know we're going to get it. And then the WIFA funding as well. We start using that. Those are federal funds. So those will all trigger a single audit anyway. So we'll have this all in place by next year.
Enjoy. Okay.
Yeah, next fiscal year, sorry.
Okay. So the next slide is a budget summary that shows the difference from where we were for our fiscal year 2023 budget, noted there in blue, and our 2024 budget. This summary shows basically the biggest changes occurring in the general fund and in the enterprise funds. The next slide that's shown there reflects the difference between the budget years of the general fund. In 2023, the general fund was at $13,468,500. And in 2024, it's budgeted at $17,479,660. The difference between the budget years is $4,011,160. And of that 4 million, we've got the listed items there, streets and median enhancements of $1,726,600, an additional into fire of $860,000, a fleet of $232,840, and the town core pathways of $200,000. Which those projects that were put into the 24 budget totaled $3,013,440. So the real difference between the general fund, after taking into account the $3 million in one-time capital costs, is a difference of $997,720 in our operating budget, which equates to a 7% increase in the general fund budget. The next slide is for our enterprise funds. Same thing in blue is shown where the 2023 budget was, the red or maroon in 2024. The difference in the enterprise funds between
The budget years is $14,368,122, of which almost $5 million is the difference in the grant funds that we are hoping. Some of them we have already received, but the others that we're hoping to receive. And our difference in the WIFA funding that we've applied for the Phoenix Interconnect project. The total of those two together total $13,919,577. The difference between those budgets then represent just under $500,000 at $448,545, which is a 2% increase in the enterprise budgets and taking out those one-time items.
So the WIFA funding is shown as the total amount expended rather than the burden for borrowing the money.
Correct.
Correct. So the cash outlay is not that going to be that.
The cash outlay, yes, it is.
It's gonna
The
be a lot less
WIFA
than
loan will
this.
be a drawdown loan, so we'll
Right.
draw down as we spend it.
Yeah.
But we
yeah.
have the whole thing appropriated in case we need to.
It's just that this,
Spend it.
this accounting is so esoteric that civilians are never going to understand.
Okay, and then the last slide is just a recap summary quick of the total budget. And our total budget for 2023 was $40,068,200. Our proposed budget for 2024 is $56,326,629. Of those, of that 2024 proposed budget, the enterprise funds make up the $102,099. The enterprise funds are our self-supporting enterprise. Their revenues cover their expenses. The special revenue funds make up $4,726,504. And these funds are restricted for a specific purpose. So our special revenue funds are our HERF funds, Spur Cross, open space grants. Those are our special revenue funds. So the monies in those funds are restricted only for those specific purposes. And then the capital projects funds make up $12,366. This was the leftover development impact fee funds for trails. Once that $12,000 is spent in fiscal year 2024, that fund will go away. And finally, that leaves the general fund with a proposed budget of $17,479,660. And then the last slide was just, Carrie briefly mentioned this, but I had it in here as the budget, the next steps for the budget process. But at the next council meeting on Tuesday, May 16th, council will consider adoption of the tentative budget at that time. And once that adoption of the tentative budget occurs, it caps the total budgeted expenditures. So once it's adopted, expenditures can't be increased after that point.
Go back one. So on the page before that first number, the 56,320,629, that's the budgeted number that you would approve, or you would adopt the tentative budget, and that's the number that you would be capping it at. So once you cap that, you can never increase it. But you don't have to spend all the money, nor will we spend all the money in the fiscal year. And then in June, on the 5th, is final budget adoption. That is actually a resolution. Attached to the resolution adopting the final budget is Schedule A. Well, we'll have all of the Auditor General forms, but Schedule A has to be published and we'll have a public hearing at that meeting. and you're adopting a resolution with the Auditor General forms. So.
Which are our official budget forms.
Right, you won't be going over the book on the final budget adoption. You'll be adopting a resolution that has the Auditor General forms, which is the official budget that gets filed with the Arizona Auditor General.
The state.
Okay. Nothing to add. The key is, have we captured everything that are your priorities in the budget in terms of dollars?
I have one concern that we have not established policies for community grants, and I don't know where they are in here.
The
But
policy adoption will be separate, but we have $40,000 budgeted in the budget. And so the policy will come
Okay.
later. Mhm. As long as the dollar amounts are in there.
That's it. And there's
That's it.
public comment.
Chantel?
I picked a rough night to participate in government. This is like Mr. Smith goes to Washington. And unfortunately, at this time of night, I hope it doesn't diminish the importance of what the people on Tally Ho Drive want inserted into the budget. For years, we've obviously heard that there is no money in the budget for improvements, and that's unfortunately no longer an acceptable answer. I could probably do a 2-hour-long slideshow presentation on the issues that are on this road, but I'm just going to shoot for the highlights here. At the March 6th council meeting, it was interesting that Mayor Morris expressed the importance for MAG and specifically that they provide funds for road improvements. An email dated 1/13/23 from MAG reads, and I quote, "I have reviewed our calls for projects related to unpaved roads for the last 10 years and have not found where the town of Cave Creek has submitted any funding request." End of quote. And there have been 6 calls since 2012. 2014, former town engineer David Prinzhorn advised town council on Tally Ho conditions and advised it was a very badly damaged road. At one point, he was also quoted as saying, "Tandem and Tally Ho roads are usable for now. I am waiting a civil engineer's design fee estimate for full pavement reconstruction and these roads along with roadside drainage improvements." Again, in 2018, and I quote, "Solutions are still being determined." 2019, the town engineer responded in an email to a resident living on Tally Ho Drive that read, and I quote, "Yes, budget was approved and there is money in the budget to begin design and construction of the roads on Black Mountain. I put in a budget that will address all of the roads over the next 5 years. We put in 350K for this year. I will be going out for design proposals shortly." Nothing came of this on Tandem or Tally Ho. In a supplemental budget request form done by the current town engineer for fiscal year 2019, in regard to Black Mountain roads, he wrote, "Citizens have complained for years about conditions of roads. They report promises have been made and not kept. Roads are in disrepair for now, for the most part. Disrepair is defined as the condition needing repairs, state of neglect, and dilapidation." And in fact, there have been years worth of complaints from many residents, the amounts are in the double digits, on both upper and lower Tally Ho Drive, expressing the potential for property damage, regarding having already sustained property damage, and some expressing safety concerns. These are in addition to what you will also be hearing tonight. The issues on this road have been disregarded and diminished. I personally have received correspondence about this road, and I quote, "a great inconvenience." On the night of Valentine's Day, 2023, my husband, who is in his 60s, and I spent nearly an hour in the dark in an outdoor temperature of 40 degrees, shoveling dirt in the pouring rain in order to stop the water from flowing into our yard coming directly off of the road. We had already accumulated an inch of water on our pavers, and we had to try and stop the water from flooding into our garage and towards our home. That's significantly more than an inconvenience. The road has continually gotten worse until improvements are made. Residents will continue to have the same repeated issues. And I apologize for whose ever idea it was for the medians, but the fact that medians are given priority over people's homes being flooded is atrocious.
David Phelps. Okay.
Can't find it on my computer right now, but on page 97, you guys have $350,000 in the budget to do 53rd Street, south of Allison, south of my property that you guys turned me down because you didn't want traffic. You have $350,000 in the budget, so all the kids that go and drink coffee can drag race up and down the road. But you didn't do my project because you didn't want, I don't know why, because it would have helped for preservation and everything else. But you have $350,000 in to fix a road to nowhere in an area that you don't want to develop and you don't want it to be tax revenue. Like, come on, fix her road. Like, did you read this? I mean, this is really sad. I don't know what to say. It's been a nice meeting so far.
David Phelps.
David Phelps, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight to this issue. Cave Creek Water Infrastructure Fund was created from the Spur Cross sales tax money. And it hits me in a soft spot that I don't like to have angered when I see that somebody would say that the town's water system is self-supporting. We are still subsidizing Cave Creek Water Company from our general sales tax. It is called the Water Infrastructure Fund. That's only because, as you show on page 72 of this draft, which was on the agenda tonight of the annual budget, the Open Space Acquisition Fund was created and segregated accounting for transfers from Spur Cross Ranch Conservation Area Fund from excess dedicated sales tax that are accumulated for the purpose of acquiring land. Ordinance number 02017-02 was amended May 1, 2017 to discontinue transfers to the Open Space Acquisition Fund. The fund balance in this fund was accumulated from transfers prior to that change. Those transfers were from the Spur Cross Ranch sales tax. That's where it should be funded from. That's where we should get back to. I'm asking you, somebody, please hear me. Ask for this change. Now's the time to ask. Restore this funding, this Open Space Acquisition Fund. It's coming. We're not going to have enough in the rainy day to cover it. Build this thing into a bazooka. We're going to need it. Please. Thank you.
No additional.
There were two on Tally Hill that were sent in.
I'm sorry.
You have two up there.
Oh, yeah. Okay, this is from Joy Viali. I hope I pronounced that right. My name is Joy Viali. I've lived at 6011 East Tally Hill Drive since 2004. I loved Cave Creek and was charmed by the dirt road going up the gorgeous mountain. The road has proven to be anything other than charming, unfortunately. The first rains that came after I moved in caused rushing water a foot deep to come flying down the road, bringing dirt, rock, and debris in torrents. The road was totally decimated with a huge gully 2 foot deep, obstructing my exit from my own driveway. I needed to leave to go to work and could not. The gully remained for several days until the road was scraped, leaving me stuck. One day when I was absolutely had to leave my driveway, I attempted to jump the gully and ended up popping a brand new tire in the process. This scenario has been endlessly repeated over the past 2 decades. I have lived here, with East Tally Hill being a forgotten part of Cave Creek. We deserve much better. Proper drainage and pavement are the dual answers, and it's way past time for this road to be properly repaired, maintained, paved, made usable. Thank you. The next is from Paul McNutt of 6041 East Tally Ho. I have lived on Tally Ho since 2011 at 6041 East Tally Ho Drive and have experienced property damage repeatedly due to the lack of drainage and appropriate maintenance on this road. The water from the connecting road between the Carriage and Tally Ho floods my backyard, and water has seeped in my home at least 5 times. It fills my swimming pool with mud. We have repeatedly made mitigation efforts to try to stop the damage, but to no success. I have also experienced damage to my vehicle as the skirt was ripped off of my car when road conditions were exceptionally poor. I attempted to file a claim for the damage to my vehicle and was told by town personnel that there was no point in filing a claim as they wouldn't pay it anyways. I have come into town hall multiple times over the years to complain about the conditions on our road. There were times that my wife and I were not able to get out of our driveway at all for multiple days. There needs to be something done. Those are. Well, I guess I'll speak. I agree. I think what's going on?
Yeah, what's going on? What's up with Tally Hill Road?
So I had asked the question of Hal a while ago. There's an engineering study that's supposed to be finished when?
I was going to report on.
Okay, can we put a plug of money in next year to pave the road or do whatever the engineer says we need to fix it with?
I was going to respond to that.
And I want you guys to know that I did a massive public.
Please, please,
There's
please,
so many other houses.
let us work here on this. We understand there's a problem. You want to say something, Carrie?
Yes, Mayor, members of council. Some time ago, we talked about this at a council meeting, and we are working on, or we reported to the council. I don't know if it was a public meeting or if it was just in communication to the council. We are doing a study on the drainage issue. The town engineer's been up there. It's already been let, and that has to be completed by the end of this fiscal year. This is specific to the drainage issue only, not the road pavement or paving or construction, just the drainage issue. And that is scheduled as part of our maintenance in fiscal year 24. There, we are following our pavement management program, and we've added funds for the current program for the remaining 3 years, this coming fiscal year 24, 25, and 26 to complete that. If we're going to add projects to road paving and the culverts and all of that that would be needed up there, that would be another engineering, completely different engineering study to come up with the costs and add that to the budget. And that could be quite expensive, but addressing the drainage issues to try and divert the water into the roadway and not onto private properties is what we're currently working on in the drainage study. And that we intend to work on in the new fiscal year as part of maintenance.
And will that, did I hear you say that was going to happen by the end of this fiscal year?
Yes, that study, we
by
had
June 30th.
proposals. The proposal is already awarded to a company that's working on that right now. And that will be done by the end of this fiscal year,
Drainage.
just drainage. And then any maintenance to correct some drainage so that it's not going on to private property and keep that in the roadway as it drains downhill would be part of the maintenance funds already budgeted for in fiscal year 24.
Can we accelerate the pavement management piece so that we do the engineering study in 24 and figure out how much it's going to be and put a plug of money in so that we can take care of that?
Well, if the council wants to go off of the pavement management schedule, we can do that.
Did the pavement management schedule include Tally Ho?
It does not include paving new roads.
Well, why are we doing 53rd Street? I mean, it's that we have another, I agree with the drag racing. We just got done with 52nd with the stop sign.
Okay.
Which,
Jerry, you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can.
The reason we're doing.
Add a microphone, please.
Sorry.
The reason for 53rd is because right now it's one of the most heavily traveled dirt roads that we have because it's connecting the stoplight at Olison with the traffic that's coming out of Sprouts. It's really the only place that somebody can get back onto Cave Creek going north at the light at Olison. So it was moved up we actually delayed it a year in hopes that some of the commercial projects would develop and that we could have them funded, but it can't wait any longer. It's costing us way too much money to try and maintain that little piece of dirt road because it gets hammered by all the traffic that's going in there. And it's really hard to keep maintained.
Well, we can't, I mean, we have a dirt road, but we can't have the drainage issues where people can't get in and out. So I mean, maintaining what we have with the dirt road, including drainage, so it's a usable dirt road.
Are you talking about Tally Ho? now?
Tally Ho
Yes.
would seem to be a higher priority than, I mean, we have to do that as we have to keep where people keep get in and out of their house.
It is.
I mean, let alone the upgrade to pavement. We just need to make it a passable dirt road to start with.
Which is
quickly.
why we hired an engineering firm to give us not only a drainage study that goes between Surrey and Carriage, that includes Surrey, Tandem, Tally Ho, and Carriage, which are all affected by the same problem with the drainage. So we can identify those, primarily Tandem and Tally Ho. And that drainage study has been issued to a firm qualified in doing drainage. They're also going to give us a typical cross section and a way to transport that water down along the roadways, because it's just not a matter of Tally Ho east. It's also getting that water, once we collect it, down to the culvert system that goes underneath Cave Creek Road. So we need to collect it from the top of the hill, direct it down in a proper manner that won't affect the Tally Ho properties or the Tandem properties, and find out what that width is going to be necessary within our 50-foot right of way, which will impact, because sometimes Tally Ho is only 16 feet wide in places of usable road. So that will widen out. So we need to see what that profile is going to look like. And so that's why we've hired the firm to do that and provide that to us.
Which seems to be a good thing, but then not having the money to implement enough to make it into a usable road does not seem to logically follow.
If it comes in like I think it will, then what we'll be able to do is much like we did on 56th Street or on another road that we did where we came in, we put culverts under the driveways to direct the flows. And then we did a channelized system along one side of the road. But again, we need to see what that's going to be. We don't have any of that information. We're hopefully going to have an initial draft within the next, within this month, so that we can complete it by June 30th.
When we pave it, we're talking about a double chip seal.
Probably a double chip.
Why
or
can't we
regular
just figure out what that would cost and do the engineering study and have it paved next year too? We can just add the money in. I mean, we do have 24 million in the bank that I think we might be able to squeeze 500,000 or so to do that.
We'll look and see what the chip seal will run. We hadn't priced it out yet because we were waiting to see what the section would have to look like from this drainage study.
I understand, but if we could get that and just add a plug number in so that we can get it done next year, that would be great.
I agree. I think we got to have a usable road there.
Well, we also have to treat Tandem in the same manner because they were both. they're sister-
Understand,
sister
we're talking
roads.
about chip sealing that whole area. So right as soon as the drainage study is, can you get the engineers to take a look at what they're gonna need to do, get an engineering study for that, and then figure out what it's gonna cost to double chip seal it? And just add that plug into the budget.
Okay. We'll work on that tomorrow to get it. So,
We
Yeah.
need that number tomorrow.
yes, tomorrow. Yes. Okay.
Oh, just in passing, what are you going to do to keep Tandem from turning into 52nd Street? Or not Tandem, 53rd, 53rd to turning into 52nd with the speeding and things and the cut throughs.
That is coming, I believe.
I don't want that answered. It's too late, but don't let 53rd turn into 52nd.
Yeah, we don't have the housing along 53rd currently, so
But it's a nice cut through.
yes, it is.
Are we done?
I make a motion to
I
adjourn.
second it. All in favor? Aye.